Hello. How's everybody doing? You know what I should do? I should write a little like welcome here when I have a blank canvas. Hello everybody. Autumn, Rosen, Alvaro, Dan. Hey folks. So as you might see by the title, we are working on the Fractal series today. So it's been a while. Hope you guys are excited. It's gonna be, I think today's edit, if we just get to do one, I don't know how much we'll get to do. Today's will be fun. So, and we might be able to get to another one from that part of the series. But for now, we'll aim for one during the stream. Let's see how much we achieve. Fractalizing excitement. It is very painful. What horrors await us tonight? So, can you guess by the title what we're gonna do? I mean, the title is pretty obvious. It's an emoji, but I shall scream in anguish. Let me move this. I never center my camera just right. So, yes, FTL music, of course. It's a great soundtrack. So, you might remember the last part of the Fractal series was about how it started affecting humans, which is sort of like the beginning of it, though. I wanted to like continue in that direction and to how it affects humans, but in a different way. We're not gonna go full body horror just yet. And this part of the series might not even feature like a human directly at all. We might see like shadows of them or their silhouettes, but no direct fully fractalized humans, because we will be exploring how the fractal affects their behavior. So it is the brain, big brain time, exactly. Today is going to be Fractal Brain. Actually, fractalized brain time. Well, those could be big as well. That's true. Yes. The idea I had at the beginning was not even do the brain, just do the behavior. But then I figured like it would be nice kind of a segue between last part, which was how it affected the body, and this part, which is how it affects the behavior. It would be a nice segue to have like something in between, and it will also just be a cool image to do a brain but fractal, right? So those were my thoughts in that regard. So we'll see how we manage. But yes, Fractal Brain. That is what we're doing for now. So yes, I'm excited to work on the Fractal series a little bit. Today it's kind of an excuse, right? Because today we're still working on this in this November challenge, but today's prompt is radial symmetry. And I figured, what if instead of working on a one-off thing, I actually took the time to get some work done on the next part of the Fractal series, even though it is probably not going to be released maybe even during the month, because during this month I'm going to be doing a lot of one-off things, so I might not have time to like finish the full part of the series until probably December, but I don't mind. For me, this is still falling within the challenge of doing art every day, so I'm good with it. I'm good with not posting tomorrow. It's not something that concerns me. Oh yeah, grab dinner then. Enjoy. A song that has fractalized my brain as a hook. Sexties, Rosencrantz, and Juan, I assume? Welcome everybody. So as you can see here, Fractal Brain. First thing we need is pictures, because I didn't have time to look for pictures beforehand, as many times happens in these daily streams. I just don't have a lot of time before them to just get some stuff worked on. Hey Brazil! Welcome, welcome. Thank you. I think first thing we're gonna do is just pop into the browser and look for some brain scans. That's gonna be our base. And I want to do an MRI scan, because MRI scans are way more detailed than CT scans. They're just much nicer looking, and they'll be easier to work with. Hey Sarah. So we actually got quite a few public domain ones on Wikipedia. This one is an animation, a GIF. Look at that. That's very cool. I don't want to do that. Make a selfie inside of my skull. Good luck. This is a very cool GIF. Obviously we won't be using a GIF because we would need to edit every frame individually, and I would be here forever. But how cool will it be to have that, but fractalized? Of my lung X-ray. Well, I might need X-rays at some point when I do my next main series, after I'm done with Fractal and with Megalomorpha. The next like big series I have planned is going to be all medical horror, so I'm probably going to be doing a lot of X-rays. Lucas, thank you for the follow. And Wraithless TV, thank you everybody. But yeah, we need a CT scan of the brain that looks fairly normal. It can have like minor things. The problem is you'll usually see scans when something goes wrong. This one is more of an anatomical one, which is good. And as for the view, I would like either a side view like this one or a top-down view. I think the coronal section, this view here, is just not as interesting and not as immediately like eye-catching as like a brain. These ones are. Hey, from Brazil. We got a lot of Brazilian people today. Welcome everybody. Camila, thank you. That is the best thing an artist can hear. So thank you very much. Yeah, I think top down is probably my favorite. Side view would be fine as well. Ooh, this one is very good with the eyes. Although, yeah, there's a big cancer in there, which I would prefer one that is fairly clean. Okay, this one is good, but it has that whole like whatever you call this little crosshair, and obviously there's a whole thing right behind it. We might be able to get it fixed. I get it fixed, that's like cover it. If the image is high quality enough that it deserves the attention. So I think this one is a possibility. Yeah, a lot of Latin American people today. That's fantastic. Brazilian Portuguese does sound beautiful. Also from Brazil, hell yeah. Listening while working on my Animal Crossing island. Nice. So magnetic resonance and CT are the two scan type images that you'll see, the ones that look like this. But they have different, they have different mechanics, right? They work in different ways. CT scan, it works using X-rays. So you essentially have a tiny X-ray machine and a tiny receptor that are turning around you in a spiral, to put it in a very simple way, right? It's more complicated than that, but the basic concept of it is one receptor and one X-ray thing that are constantly turning around you, opposite of each other. And then there's a whole computational thing that's done, and that is composited into an image. Lots of mathematics that I don't understand to turn them into an image, but it's X-ray. It's the same principle as a regular X-ray. MRI uses a completely different principle. It actually applies a huge magnetic, a bunch of magnetic energy in one direction, which will polarize the water molecules. So the water molecules in your body have a little bit of electric charge, and if you apply a very strong magnetic current through them, and it's all in the same directions, all those water molecules will align with that magnetic force, and then you suddenly break the magnetic force, and there's a bit of energy that is released from those molecules of water, like breaking their alignment, so to speak, and that is catched by the machine. So it basically tells you how much water there is in things. That's a very complicated way to explain it. I don't fully understand how MRI machines work. It might as well be magic. So yeah, sorry for my sudden like medical explainer. If you didn't understand, good, nobody does, except for like very specific engineers. Do you have medical training? Yes, I studied medicine. I am technically a doctor. I've never like exercised medicine though. So I'm also looking for pixel quality here. It depends a lot on the year it was taken on, and of course the quality of the machine. The machines are constantly getting better and getting better resolution. If you go for like very old stuff, the resolution will be very pixelated. So obviously we won't work with like an incredibly crisp image, because though there are machines that do give you incredibly crisp images, it would be very, very rare if it was released to the public. This one, for example, is incredibly crisp, but it's cut, and that bothered me a lot. We might try to go to the original site and see if there's an uncut version, but I wouldn't count on it. This is apparently the Defense Virtual Information Distribution Service, so yes, that is from the US military. Yeah, I think the having this training helps me sell more the medical horror part of it. Hola, buenas noches. How are you? I'd love to have a scan of my own brain and have it 3D printed. That would be great. Yes, we are hacking the government. This one tells me to register. I think I have an account here because I think I've used pictures from here. Yeah, it's from my burner email, because I don't want them to send me spam from the US military. Apparently they have a picture of the machine. Nothing interesting. They don't have any other scans though. So obviously this one is the best. Only 8 downloads. Only 8 people have ever downloaded this picture. Yeah, I love coming across like really rare images. This image is really good. It's like one of the most high quality stuff we'll find. The problem is the crop. Why the hell did they crop it like that? Why don't we have the very tip and very bottom? I mean, we can work within this. Like, sure, we can just work with the crop and bite our tongues, but use a disposable email service. No, I have a burner email that I used for for that kind of thing, because I just don't look at the spam emails there, and I use it every time I don't want them to send me things. So today's prompt is technically radial symmetry, but I felt like we've been doing a lot of one-off things, and I would like to use like a couple of these days through the month to get some work done on other things, even if tomorrow we won't be releasing. Like, we'll do this for the next part in the Fractal series, right? Tomorrow we probably won't be releasing it, but I would still, like, it's still work done, right? I don't think it breaks the spirit of the challenge, even if we release it after the month is done. We try to make it look like it's covered by something else in frame. Like a folder. I mean, the thing about these is they're not printed like you would print an X-ray, right? You don't have like a plate with the MRI. It's all digital. So you can scroll through it and you can see the whole volume of it. So, I mean, we could put it on a screen and do the whole thing. I think it would be, the image would be just much nicer if we could. Like, just leave it as is. And we can use that crop. So for now, this is my favorite, but I still won't give up in maybe finding a better one. So I think our next option is CC Search, and I'm gonna brave it because CC Search can be a bit dangerous to look through. But if I look through MRI Brain, I don't think we'll get any non-suitable for work stuff. And there's actually some fantastic stuff. Okay. Ooh, we have one with different types of... Okay, this site is, the search is not bad. It has that problem with non-suitable for work stuff. If you use it for personal things, it won't matter. But it's very slow. It's a very slow site. Friendly NIH. Okay. So they have a difference. The thing about MRI scans is you can put them in many different modes and they look wildly different. I think this is just people coloring it, but this one is real. This is just a different MRI technique. I feel like the color one is nice though. Again, the resolution is not amazing. It's my biggest concern, but the fact that we have both of them, like the exact same image in color and black and white, is pretty cool. So this is also a very good contender. Save them. We don't lose them. Oh, this is creepy. This looks like the edit we did the other day. Fetal MRI. So rare. MRI is the one that can show activity, yes. There's specific types of MRI that can show like the glucose consumption of the brain. So it can be used to like estimate rough levels of activity in different brain areas. So you know your occipital cortex, the one that is right here, is the one that's tasked with vision. So if you show someone an image and you track their brain activity, you'll see that that part of the brain lights up. Which websites do you usually use to get the images? And use those because it's easier to get public domain stuff. Yeah, exactly. So if you wanna, hold on, I got a list. So this is a list I have. It's just a list with a bunch of resources, just free stock pictures, more historical stuff, some plugins, fonts, etc. I'll just paste it in chat. So not all images in terms of public domain. We'll see, these folks have printed out the images, but it's rare nowadays. Usually you get them digitally. Okay, so in terms of options, I think I'll download this one as well. And I think we have quite a few options of decent quality images. This one is decent quality as well. I usually use Pinterest and Google Images because I don't use the images directly in my work. Still though, I think it's important if you're gonna use them in now or in the future in any way that is possibly commercial, you should be using pictures with a CC license or pictures in the public domain. Or pictures from free stock sites, which are not exactly public domain because they have conditions, like you can't reshare them directly, but for if you can modify them, you're good. So even if you just use a bit of the picture, if you use them in any way and it may be commercial, legally it is commercial use. Even if you don't sell the image directly. So if I make this image for the Fractal and I never sell it, I never sell prints of it, I never put it on a t-shirt, I never use it in any direct way. Since I do sell things, since I do sell merch of my other art, and I'm using this image to potentially drive sales to the other things I do sell, it is commercial under the eyes of the law. So if pretty much in any circumstance where you can say it might be commercial, under the eyes of the law, it is. Oh, you draw and use them as reference. Yeah, in that case, it's more of a legal gray area. It depends on how directly you use the reference. Okay, this NIH site is not very good to find images in. So this one I kind of like. It has that analog feel to it, doesn't it? It's pixelated, but I like the colors and stuff. We'll leave it on the side for now. I don't think we'll use it anyway. So, in here, take all of our brain scans and just throw them in here. Hey!
So if we go another month, does that mean he get a spooky child out of the deal?
8 months! My god, maybe. A spooky child. I love it. Thank you for 8 months already. God, I think we might need new like, how do you call them, badges for next to the names. I forget I gotta do new ones. The text to speech is in Spanish, which I find extremely funny, so I just put it in Spanish. Okay, these are slightly different. I'm gonna try and align them just for fun, why not? That's pretty decent. FTL soundtrack, it's the best. Oh, also talking about subs, I put a little counter on in here because we're so close to 35, and if we get to 35, we get a new emote. So the idea is to make a tooth emote or something like that. I'll let you guys choose. We'll choose through a poll, I think. Hold on, we'll put more FTL music. Why not? There we go. No nostril. Not in this one. Yeah, it's about a year because this Discord server got started just a year ago. It's been today is the 1 year anniversary of the Discord server. Like not like technically anniversary because it's I kind of started the server existed before, but I started like using it in the current form a year ago. Anyway, we got 2 brain scans here. We got this one. I just want the one on the left. 2007 one. And I probably use it horizontally. So I want to like put them all as if I was going to use them. And then select the one that looks nicer. Time to make the stream educational. Teach me word in Spanish. So, brain is cerebro. Cerebro. Fractal. That would be fractal brain. Oh, I really like this one though. Of course, like removing the little arrows and stuff. And of course, this one is very cool. Okay, here's the deal. I think we can either take these 2 be it this. Just want to remove all the interface because I don't think that's very important to our purpose. Just as a reminder of the vibe of the Fractal series is creepy but pretty at the same time. That is what I want to elicit with that series. So I'm as opposed to my usual stuff, I'm also trying to go for aesthetics a little bit. So I want it to look nice. That is important. So, option 1, I think, is doing these 2 and just presenting them side to side like this. Option 2 is just doing the one and have it cover the screen like this. Which glitched? Which glitched? Say that 3 times. Well, I'm glad it's back. I hope it wasn't on my end. You see on my little thingy. Seems good. The graph looks good. Fractals have inherent beauty. Yeah, that's why I try to do that with the Fractal series. I try to go for pretty. I don't know. It's also fun. Like I tend to do like weird and gross stuff and like bugs and old pictures that look grainy as hell. So I don't know, doing something pretty is like nice for a change from time to time. And this one I really enjoy. The problem is, look at it, look at the quality. We just can't do a lot with this. Also, it seems to me that, I mean, it doesn't seem to me. This is a brain that has been separated. This is like not a brain inside a person, right? Unless someone has deliberately erased all that is around it. It's just a brain that's been removed in an autopsy and put into under a scan. I assume, because there's no tissues around it, and so there are some weird things that don't make a lot of sense. Also like this. So yeah, I'm between these two. I think if we just go for quality, this one is just much higher quality. Weird brain. All brains are a little bit weird. Yeah, this one has the novelty of the two sides. This one I think will be prettier, and since we go for pretty in this series, I think that's what we're gonna do. BB Tiffy. Thank you for the follow. Which one? This? That would be... It myself. I would say that is right about here. Like above the eyes, but not super high up, because we can still see the branches here. That brain got a thigh gap. Oh no. But yeah, now the problem, or what we have to deal with, is how to fractalize this brain. I think the first thing I want to do is make it slightly sharper. So I want to run it through a few filters. First I want to do a reduce noise filter. Let's try to smooth some of these textures a little bit. Let's see. Did that do anything? It does do a little bit. It's not amazing, but... Then maybe I'll try a smart sharpen. I'm gonna reduce the reduced noise quite high, because I don't want it to increase the noise we got. And let's see how much we sharpen this. It takes a little while to process because it's a large image. Okay. So let's see the difference. We've reduced the noise a little bit. It's not a lot, but everything that can make it look a little bit crisper adds up. So at least it'll be a slightly nicer base to work on. Because if we sharpen it a lot, it'll start looking weird. Obviously, on this picture we can't do as much post-processing as we usually do, because yeah, we go for pretty, like creepy plus pretty in the series, sure, but I don't want to like go into aesthetics so much that it looks unrealistic as an MRI, right? So we gotta keep it black and white at the very least. We can mess with contrast and that kind of thing, but we gotta keep it black and white. And with that we get to the interesting part, which is how do we fractalize this? I feel like we should take all the edges, all the grooves that we can see. Here it's the insula, at least in Spanish, so that's how it's called. Each one of the main grooves in there. And we kind of like separate it further, if that makes sense. Test? Is your stream breaking up? I'm seeing your messages. So, I'm wondering what's the best way to go about it. I'm thinking one of the first things that might be worth doing is increasing the contrast in between the little grooves that we have. So kind of like make the edges more apparent so that we can hopefully make a better job later. Twitch has been buggy. I'm this Twitch. Always pulling that shit. Toxic Star, thank you for the follow. So one of the things we got here is this picture is taken with contrast. Contrast means they put something in your veins that is very reactive to the MRI. Like it'll look very white under the MRI. So you can see the blood vessels and you can see the liquids quite well. Or no, in this case, no, I don't think this is contrast actually, because this is the blood. These are the blood vessels. No, it's just a type of MRI that makes the water look very bright. But specifically, the blood vessels get covered. So this is the water that is around your brain, right? Those little white patches that we see, just floating water. This is great. Well, we haven't even started on the creepy stuff, so just you wait. So I'm kind of using that white on the edges to draw them further and make all the little grooves more apparent, more obvious. Also guys, how fun was the reaction to the thing I posted today, to the big eye? So if you didn't see it, this is what I did yesterday, called Undead Beholder. And Autumn, welcome back. I didn't know you didn't follow me. So this is what we did yesterday, and as Agent is already putting it. So I was trying to come up with the lore, and I remembered something Faya said yesterday on stream. It was like, what eye? I don't see it. And I was like, what if we actually played with that idea? So before posting it, I went on the Discord and said, hey, can someone help me with this edit I'm about to put up? I want everybody in the comments to pretend they didn't see the big eye. So I posted it. Hold on. I'll just show you the comment sections because it's fantastic. So, and coincidentally, I posted another big eye right now. So, I posted this and I said, the Eye of Siracusa. Urban legends claim some people are able to see an eye looking at them in this image. It shows a family leaving flowers for a dead relative in a catacomb in Sicily in the 1940s. No processing technique on prints or the negative has ever revealed such an eye. So I told people, hey, can you go in the comments and just pretend there's no eye? I even gave them, I gave folks an empty version like this so that they could post it in the comments and say like, I don't see anything. And we played mind games with people. It was very funny. It was, yeah, everybody was like, Oh, I get it. It's a reflection of my own eye I'm supposed to see. Very smart. Well, like, what's the creepy part in this one? I can't see anything. I love a good urban legend. My daughter started screaming when she looked at the picture. What's up? Creepy. I kept darting around trying to find the eye. Just like that. Just like you chaotic self. Yeah, that was me being chaotic. And I love that. So I started this with just a few folks on the Discord, and I said, like, just play along. And then everybody started playing along. So it got to a very funny point where there was one guy that was like, I see it, what's up with, and they got really upset. Well, I don't know how upset they got, but it was funny. Oh, they deleted it. Oh no, they deleted it. I wanted to show you guys. So I imagine they figured out it was just we were just playing around, so they ended up deleting it. But that was very funny. It was like they posted a cropped version of the image, and and we're like, it's right there. It's right there in the middle. It's a huge eye. They're like, why aren't you guys seeing it? So I just said, are you like trolling or something? Because I don't see anything. I kept it up. Yeah, the comments were extremely funny in this one. They got embarrassed, yeah. Oh. DM me the blank version. I have a thing I want to do. Yeah, hold on. It just dropped it in the Discord. Who deleted things? The person that was kind of like too into it and actually thought we were for real and we couldn't see the eye. I was like trying to convince folks, like, it's right here, don't you see it? So I mean, they figured it out. They figured out what was the game. So yeah, it was a fun edit, and I love doing this little mind games with people, and how much people actually like followed along. That was great. Comment got attention, as it should. Playing along, let's have the fun, exactly. So I'm out here manually increasing the contrast of this brain so we can work with it better. I don't know what our approach is going to be exactly, but I do think increasing the contrast and making all the little grooves look more apparent is quite important, because we're going to try to fractalize those grooves, right? That's the point. Also, thanks for the save reminder, because I haven't saved it once. So it's gonna be Fractal Brain. Posted your ribcage. What is your ribcage? Let's see. did you post it, Rosen? Oh, you're... Oh, to the sacrificial altar. Okay. Not for diagnosis. I love it. That's fantastic. Thank you, thank you. I'm collecting people's X-rays that they sent me, so I can make my medical horror series. So I don't think I had a chest X-ray actually, so that is fantastic. I didn't have tuberculosis, and it's always great news. A wonderful sacrifice, indeed. Someone just sent me the other day through email. I suddenly got an email, and somebody saying, "Hey, do you want X-rays of my pet frog and of my pet cats? Because I have them lying around and you might want to use them." And I'm like, sure, okay. I don't know what I can do with them, but I'll go to my collection. So maybe one day you'll see me pull up a frog X-ray out of a folder in my computer. And I want no questions about it. It is legally, ethically sourced frog X-rays. Toad bones. One day, I guess, if I keep accumulating frog and toad things, I'm gonna have to do a frog creature at some point. I have to put them to use. Okay, Karakan, you have a good night, or nap, or sleep well. Thanks for coming in and chatting. Also art with dead bugs and rodent bones. Ooh, I like that. So these grooves here are not like super recognizable, which I don't love. Kind of get fuzzy. I'm trying to draw the edge a little bit, so that hopefully they're a bit easier to edit. Trying to make a shape with them. So I've been given some thoughts, some philosophical thoughts today. I was watching a Jacob Geller video about modern arts. Jacob Geller is this fantastic YouTuber who does a lot of very thoughtful video essays. I was talking about modern arts and its meaning and how people hate on it and the politics of that. But especially in light of little prank which is pulled today with a big eye, it suddenly felt very apparent that I just had like the realization that a lot of my art is actually, or the value of it is not actually on the art itself, but in people's reaction to it. Because I kind of realized that the people that believe it a bit too much and fall for it, the people that leave comments or that get worked up about it sometimes, it's kind of like part of the experience. I don't think you can like separate my art from it. I don't know. I had one of those sudden thoughts about that. I don't know, maybe just me like overthinking things. The experience is all part of it. Yeah. Yeah, and I thought about it because I was like, okay, I do the I thing, and I create this lore for it that is dependent on people's reaction. What if people just don't follow along and don't react to it in that way? Or what if I post it, like, it works on Twitter, but I post it to Instagram, and there I don't get any like, I don't get many comments. So it won't have that same effect, and people just don't read the things on Instagram. So you gotta ask yourself, what is the, like, in that moment where you post it somewhere where it doesn't get comments, it has lost some value. Like, it is part of it. And that was more and more explicit, right? Because the idea was to kind of get people worked up in the comments, but it kind of applies to a lot of my art, I'd say. I don't know. Philosophical ramblings. And part of it is also someone who told me the other day when I had that viral post about with hand teeth. Show it for those who didn't see it. I guess I'll assume all of you saw it, just in case. This one here. This one went sort of viral, and there was actually at some point one of those big like science communicator influencers that co-tweeted it, and was like, oh, this is actually like this art and stuff, and oh, like treated pretty nicely. So I actually replied to her, and your work is great, thanks for covering this, or thanks for sharing it. And she replied like, yeah, but you should consider actually making it very clear that it's photoshopped in the main post. And I felt like, I mean, I don't know what I replied, like, oh yeah, I'll consider it, something like that. But it's actually like, I think it would lose out on a lot of the fun, a lot of the message and the value if I made it super clear from the beginning, right? It's gonna be one of those things where you have to do a double take, and then you see. Like, I want to make it clear, but I don't want to make it clear like the first thing. Because the slight confusion, or people having to Google it before they realize it's fake, is part of the fun as well, I'd say. So you've added to the chaos. What did you do that for? I'm scared. Should we go look in the comments? Did you post something? Hold on. Gotta reload this. What did you just post? Alright. I even took a scan, ran it through UV, and did any other tinkering I could, and there's still no eye. I love this. I don't know what to think at this point. There will be something where the discarded square is. Ah, that is fantastic, Dapper. And literally the start of Twitter bio tells people it's fake. Yeah, and it's often like in the tweet below, or a couple tweets below, it's like clearly stated that it's fake. I really dislike the mentality of you have to make it clear that it's fake. It really cheapens their experience for me. Yeah, I think it's like part of it, right? You gotta make it clear by the context in it, because I think, and this deserves a retweet, by the way, because the effort is fantastic. So where are we? Yes, the part of the experience is like the double take, and they're like, oh, I thought this was real for a second, right? I don't want people to come out thinking it's real, but I want people to have like a few seconds of incredulity of like what's going on. So yeah, it is part of it at the end of the day. I'm going to incorporate this into the main image, and this is the base we'll be using. So now it's a little bit clearer. Then at the beginning, you can see the grooves are more visible, and that's what we wanted to do. That's where we want to start from. And now the idea is to make it very clear that it's fractal. So I'm wondering if, for example, I take a groovy area like this, right? Control J. And I put these grooves into this area, let's say. Obviously we'll have like a stacking of different qualities, so we'll have to take care of that later. But not considering that, you think if we kind of do that over and over and just make them get like increasingly small, would that sell the fractal part of it, or would it look the same at a distance? That's my problem. One of the reasons the mycelium skull is one of my favorite, it's because it made me curious first. It was real, then more curious because I began to wonder what type of thing would affect the victim. Yeah, it's that. It's like the curiosity is part of it. The kind of magic with all of these, all the type of content that makes you reach your consent with yourself. I understand that it's not real, but we have to play along. Yeah, a good way to put it. So the problem with this is I don't know how visible it would be at a glance, right? Like, is there a lot of difference between this and this? Not really. So I think making them recursively smaller is maybe not the way to go. Maybe we need to just increase the number of grooves to a point where they kind of cover most of the brain. It's kind of like so folded in on itself that... I love how we messed with that one dude who tried to disprove the mycelium skull. Oh, that was a fun one. He got offended because he doesn't have one. Exactly. So what if we actually did that? Did I erase the other? Oh. Hide them. Okay, what if I took this, for example? Just quick and dirty testing, by the way. Just to see like where we go, how we do this. So if I did something like this, where there's even more branching little grooves coming out of the main one, and it just basically would just basically cover the brain in tiny little like branching and ever smaller tree-like structures like these until we get to the center, right? Like it just becomes small and smaller. So we eventually fill the whole brain with this. I don't know, maybe that's the way to go? It's like eternally branching in. Nothing quite like making people feel dumb through the Fortnite lyrics. Not the Fortnite lyrics. The Chug Jug lyrics, which is even worse. Or better. I don't know who you ask. The true enemy of the smoother brain. Yeah, I mean, this person would be like hyper smart. Such a groovy brain. So much grey matter. Yeah, it was Chug Jug. That was the meme of the moment. My main concern with this approach is, would it look the part? I'm gonna paint over it like I did for the other little areas. Just see if it makes it a bit more readable from a distance. It's just a little test tree, so to speak. Because I want to spend like a bunch of time on the idea and then just realize it doesn't work. What if the fractals would stop expanding? Yeah, there's just a pinhole that goes completely through the brain. I don't want this to be fatal though. I want these people to become like not like zombies. Like they keep their full intelligence. They just become obsessed with fractals to a point where their only activity is creating more fractals and fractalizing everything that's around them until they drop dead. Like they just like become so obsessed with it that it consumes them. So I don't want Fractal Brain to be fatal. Curious about Fractal Brain cells. I imagine they would just become smaller and smaller, but as it's recursive, it will probably just increase the amount of cells quite a bit. Like up to a physical limit, right? Because cells can only be so big, but I don't know. Does this look fractal enough? Like, is this a good approach, you guys think? Or at a glance, does it just look like a regular brain? Many thoughts, but it's only fractals, exactly. Series reminds me a lot of Uzumaki. Yeah, that's the main. I'd say that's the main inspiration for the whole series. You are not wrong at all. Certainly don't look like a regular brain to me. Okay, that's what I wanna. Because of course it, like, to me, it doesn't look like a regular brain because I'm used to seeing brain scans. But I was mainly concerned if two people who were not too used to seeing brain scans, if it actually registered, you know? So we can save these as they are our test version. And then we can actually start working on it for real. And I'll do a similar thing, right? A similar distortion to the fractals, like the one on the flower? What do you mean with that? So I really like this little groove here. I do need to edit it though. Something spooky in a hotel. I mean, I would lean into liminal space vibes. Kind of like infinite corridors or something like that. Possible spaces, architectural horror. Oh, like a soap bubble. I guess, yeah, we can experiment with things like that. Good idea. I think, yeah, on the full thing, once we got the base thing done, we can experiment with little distortions like that. Maybe we can make the groove more spiral-like or something less organic. Very straight over regular curves. I like that. That is a good idea. I mean, we could run this brain image through the Fractal plugin that I've used a few times and just see what it gives us, because it might actually do something good. I don't like trust it to do something extremely good, but it might give us some nice textures to work with or something like that, so... Let me actually give it a try. So I'll make a copy of our base layer, go to filter Practice. It's a very ugly color that they choose as a... So that is going to be double color. Okay. No, that doesn't look like it's going to hurt our eyes. Can actually zoom it in a little. Okay. What kind of set should we use? I feel like Julia is a bit too complicated. Burning Ship is too weird. I think Mandelbrot's might be good. Okay, let's go single color. And then iterations here. Go with 10. Go from there. Let's see what kind of messed up little areas it gives us. Lots of weird spikes, that's for sure. Okay, let's give a Julia set a try. Kind of like zoom it in somewhere. Around the edge it just does weird things. Change the number of iterations. Okay, something like this. I just like zooming in into different parts of the fractal. It's a bit annoying to kind of just zoom through it because you gotta click a lot, but well, thanks for the save reminder, Than. I gotta leave this menu though before. Once I do, save for you. Okay, maybe this area is cool. There we go. I can do that as well. Didn't know I could do that. See, it kind of does cool things with the exterior, but not really with the interior, which is what I was looking for. It's mostly like cool grooves that I could use for like inside. So maybe nothing with this. See how much we've zoomed in. No, still more to zoom out. Oh my god, we were very zoomed in. Didn't even notice. Is that plugin for sale? It's free. It's called, if you look for Richard Rosenman and then Fractus, you'll find it. It's a bit complicated to use, but they have manual and you can get used to it slowly. But it's very cool. What if we actually do inverse Mandelbrots? Let's hope this one gives us some interesting edges. Ooh, I like these. Get through them. Oh, these are cool. That's pretty cool. I don't know if I'll use it for anything, but I think it's the coolest part we've found yet. So we'll try and center it somewhere. Hit OK. Here we have our little rendered bits of a fractal, which we may use or not. I don't know. It's cool though. I really like this area. I would need to remove all the little spikes that pop out, but trying that, it's very nice. Like maybe these, if we take cool edges like this, maybe they could form some of the outer edges of the brain. If we just focus on the outer areas, and for the inner ones, we can do what we tested before. That could be cool. Right, so imagine we fit that might fit. Actually take this little bit here. Just remove the black from here. And then, of course, removing the spikes. Those look weird as heck. I think the little spikes here are just the products of the base image kind of been broken like this. Like if it just was the brain, it might do some nicer edges. But since it kind of goes out of the frame, those interactions make weird little edges there, which are not the best. And of course this is like rendered mathematically, so all the edges will be super crisp and pixel perfect, which is not a great look again, but always something you can fix. Oh yeah, it could possibly cause some edema, some brain compression. I don't know, if we find a way to fit it with the story mostly, because I don't want these people to just drop dead. I guess, would it really change the total volume of the brain a lot? Because it's really like folded it in on itself. So it's not really creating any new volume. So we can probably get away with no edema. I don't know, I just mean it as a way to kind of explain that these people are still very much alive, not dropping dead. Because they need to be alive for the next parts. Gonna cause some trouble. Fractal people of the world cause some mayhem. As they should. If I was a fractal person, I would just... do a lot of crime. When do the fractal cults start popping up? Exactly, that is part of it. That will definitely be part of it. What are the cops gonna do? Defractalize you? Exactly. That is really cool. Oh, it's good to... Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoy it. That you share it around. Okay, we got this little piece of brain fractal that I still don't know exactly where I'm gonna put, but we got it. We can use it later. For now, I do want to do the interiors though. So for that, I'm just gonna use the natural grooviness of the brain, if that makes sense. And I just have this layer here. I'm gonna multiply it around. I might create a few more templates like this. Like groove templates, so I can just use them quickly. So this one might be one. I'm gonna cover it with some whites so I can... So the groups looks much clearer at a distance. Try my fractals out of my cold dead hands. Hands within hands within hands, of course. I'm just sort of simplifying the curve to make it into something more usable. And removing the little blood vessels. Which, I'm sorry for the blood flow of this brain, but they're a little bit distracting, so... Okay. So we got a couple. Let me see if I can make another one. Maybe using the front part here. Never know how to write when I'm on stream for some reason. I hate that menu. I don't know why it pops up from time to time. Okay, let me pick the whole thing. Why not? Just make it complicated. Okay, just go over it, paint all the little black parts out. Because this whole black area here is a very thick like barrier that separates those parts of the brain, so we'll just yeet it out. And we'll have to make up some fake grooves, possibly. I'll just draw some stuff in, even if it's not there in the scan. Make them more explicit. Like, the groove is there, of course, but this wasn't like explicitly painted in. So I did that. Because nobody can stop me. And if you're a neurologist, and you're horrified of this, well, good. Okay, got a lot more folds here. We got 3 different little trees of folds that we can sort of mix and match. So I think for now we should be good. I'll feather the edges so they're a little bit easier to incorporate. Neurology is getting scared in this. It would be pretty accurate in universe. You're right. Yes, our objective is to scare neurologists. All along, it's been my objective with this series. So, I mean, we got 3 main ones. We'll just kind of copy them around and see if we need anything else. I think if we modify these 3, it'd be good. So, I really like the spiral idea. I don't recall who mentioned it, but to make make ramifications, but have them create a pattern of sorts. So I'll start with this. I'll remove the areas that go to this side. Blend it in a little. Then go for the second one, this one here. Make it a bit smaller and this. Actually do this. Yeah, that's better. Then next one goes there, there, there. And Hopefully we create a little spiral with them. Where's that third thing here? Flip this vertically. I will get all tiny. Oh god, I can't imagine the 3D complexity. I'm glad we chose a cut of the brain and we went for it in 2D instead of trying this out in 3D, because imagine how complex this image, like the grooves here, how complex it could get. 3 dimensions. So yeah, I'm glad there's a much easier shorthand way of explaining the same thing in one less dimension. Okay, I think we'll use the second one again. Flip it. Some edits to it. Also, I forgot to mention this. So, I got a DM yesterday from a still unnamed website that does like custom PCs that wanted to like sponsor their stream. Actually, I think it was a boilerplate thing, like they send it to a bunch of streamers, but it's one of those commission things that you get a percentage if they buy something from them, and I don't know if that's worth it, to be honest. But yeah, that was like first real time that I've got a someone wanted to do ads on my stuff, which is flattering. Let's keep going with this. To be honest, I'm feeling like the little test one we did on the bottom part here. It's gonna look better than what we're doing right now, but I solder on. Keep going the spiral route. If that doesn't end up looking too good, we can always go to the other routes and make it more like a tree than like a spiral. Okay, let's see. What do you guys prefer? Hold on. This kind of like spiral structure, or this branching out structure? So the one on top of the one below. To be honest, I'm kind of feeling the one below more. Maybe remove the beginning here. Towards branching, I think me too. Horror art, yes. We're turning up this brain into a fractal. It's part of the whole series, which actually I should have a command for that. I don't think I do. But yeah, welcome Sailor. I'm actually gonna link the series. I should have it open in a new tab. I don't have it as a command because it'd be easier to explain like that. So my fractal series is the one I just linked. It's a real story mainly told through images about how this sort of fractal virus, or the concept of a fractal, takes over the world. So here we're working on a part of this story, which is how it affects humans and how they start like going mad. And we're gonna show that through their brains, like how their brain actually like physically gets like a fractal. Yeah, I tend to agree with Kiwi. I think branching is gonna be the way to go. I'm not gonna do it like this though, because here I just repeated the same one over and over and over. And also it's not the clean version I did. It was just a little test version I did at the beginning, so it's good for testing. This one, I guess we'll just call it another test. I'm going to do a horror/death related piece myself, but in watercolor. Nice. Well, if you like horror arts, we got a Discord. That it's not like your usual streamer Discord. It's a whole community of horror artists and people who enjoy horror art. So if you're into that, give it a good look. Oh, links aren't working? My command's not working today. Did he? Nightbots? Okay. No idea where Nightbot is not working. Do another command just to see. The bot is on a break. It certainly looks like it. Yeah, it broke. Well, I guess I'll just have to link things myself today. The bot is acting out. Thankfully, I got a link to the Discord right here. The bots did go on a strike, it looks like. Bots are unionizing. Oh no. It's getting serious. First they'll start demanding rights. Then the robot apocalypse. Okay, so let's try to make it like as the branches get closer to the center, they get smaller and smaller. Hopefully that'll look decent. I'll see. And if not, you know, it's all trial and error, so we don't lose anything. And the robot oppressing all that awful compared to the current state of things. That is true. I'll welcome our new overlords. Can't be worse than the current ones. It's funny considering that the parent company of Twitch, which I'm streaming right now, is Amazon, which has a track record of wanting to get rid of humans to turn all their workforce into robots. So we're not that far off, to be honest, from robot strikes and robot uprisings. We're getting there. We're getting there. I take robots over Disney. You don't. The thing we're not seeming to grasp here is that the robots would be owned by Disney in this hypothetical and slightly real robot uprising universe. Oh, thanks for the save reminder. I think you reminded me before and I forgot, so because I was in the menu doing some fractal thingies. So I would be lost without you. Okay, I'm digging the branching pipes there. Okay, I think it'll be good. From the local save reminder. Oh, thank me. I do thank you. Thank you for your service. So there are going to be a lot of copy-pasted things, and we're just going to have to live with that, because I'll have time to make each of these unique. And it wouldn't be worth it. Well, that's something people look at. But yeah, I think let's keep branching. And let's make new main branches, right? Let's do... And this is going to be layer hell, by the way. So I hope you guys forgive me for that. Because I'm not gonna look too much at the layers menu today. I will just, if I need to find a layer, I will just control right click and go to it directly, because it's just gonna be more efficient. Run and grab some dinner. Don't get fractalized when I'm gone. Can you imagine? You come back, I'm just like a fractal on the screen. And fractal, just nature copy-pasting things, but smaller. So there's actually, I was listening to a lecture by Benoit Mandelbrot, the guy who invented fractals, who invented the whole concept and study of fractals, and who the Mandelbrot set is named after. So very interesting guy. It was one of his last talks before he passed away, and I think it was in 2000. Maybe like around 2000, the early 2010s or something like that. And he was talking about like his life's work and stuff. And he actually like pointed out something that was very interesting for this series, because he pointed out that if you calculate a fractal's dimension, kind of like if you imagine like 1, 2, 3 dimensions, a fractal usually has like 1 point something dimensions, right? It has like intermediate dimensions you can calculate with a formula. And he actually pointed out that nature usually has a very fractal dimension to it, right? So nature is naturally very fractal. If you look at the coastline of a country, for example, you can, if you start calculating every little stone that goes around the coastline, like the closer you look at it, the longer it is, because you'll have to go around every tiny little stone in every little beach in the whole country. Well, in an island at least. So things like that in nature have this sort of natural fractal dimension to them, while things built by humans have a distinct lack of that. So he actually points out that a good way of distinguishing something natural or man-made is look at how fractal it is, calculate that fractal dimension. So that actually resonates very well with the whole series, because it's sort of like maybe humans are becoming more like in tune, like this whole fractal thing is maybe just nature correcting itself in a way. More philosophical sense. I just thought it was cool. I probably didn't explain it as well as my boy Benoit could, but if you look for Mandelbrot's TED Talk on YouTube, you'll find it. It's quite interesting. Interesting guy. What about a fractal computer virus? How would you do that though? I like the concept, but in execution, I don't know how that would be represented. Return to fractal, exactly. It's very important that these branches kind of stay separate, so that we do create a plausible brain structure in between them, if that makes sense. Everything's just fractals. And that would be interesting, but I think more from a writing point of view than from a visual standpoint, I think. It's like more of a fractal world expanded universe. Galaxies just giant fractals. I bet they have that sort of fractal nature to them. I wonder if I should keep going in like towards the center and just keep going smaller and smaller. It would be very terrifying to look up at the sky and see the sun forming fractal patterns. That would be cool. It's an animation, a still picture. It's just gonna be a picture. I don't know how to make animations, unfortunately. Also, this would be extremely complicated to animate. those Photoshop layers are expanding, yes. It's fine. We are at just 44 layers. That is nothing. That is baby numbers. Its brain is so smart and wrinkled. Hey Nathan. Yes, very wrinkled. The problem with this is once you pop, you don't stop. I don't know where to stop with the wrinkles. Would delete my image and do it again if it was 45 layers. Thank God I'm not you. We'll pump up those numbers, don't worry. We're still getting started. We should just have done this little section here. Gotta make it look fractal. I think we won't have a huge problem making it like one of my worries was, okay, we'll make a very wrinkly brain, but will people know that it's not normal? Like, will people get that it's fractalized brain at a glance? I think we won't have a problem with that, considering the complexity of what we seem to be making. Once you take the brains out, it falls apart, because yes, it would definitely just become a puddle. Little brain puddle on the ground. It's two cool features in PS called Merge and Flatten. Never heard of that. Have you heard about non-destructive editing? It's very cool. It's when you actually bloat the size of your PSDs into infinity. And it's how you should always do things. Oh, that is a tiny version that I just picked up. It's fine. It's all smart objects, which both makes my Photoshop document extremely large. Well, not right now, but it will become extremely large with time. And also just makes it slightly easier to work with, because I can blow up things that are small and they'll keep all the detail. Fantastic little implement. I am the fractal computer virus, exactly. Have been all along. Merge is non-destructive to my mental health. Oh, poor Nathan. Doesn't know the true virtues of non-destructive editing. How sad. That's what I call a sad existence. Getting all the chillest music in Fractal Day. Where I'm not choosing, it's just random. Hello, Oots. Oots? Is that how I should pronounce it? It feels right, but I never know. Oh, here's a thing. Okay, so if we took the whole brain and did this, added this very high level of complexity, I feel like what might happen is, I'm just gonna do a flip vertical, sorry. There we go. What we might end up getting is the whole thing looks like this. It just becomes a huge mess. What if the brain is still in an early stage of fractalization, right? It's like just starting in one place and it's slowly growing, so we can have like this and another area, for example here, just slowly growing, instead of having this in the full brain, which is might look like a mess. Like if we look at this, I think we can see the fractal nature of it, right? I think we can still grow this part, the fractalized part. Eddie, hello, I was very sad after work, so I got drunk. But I'm more or less sober now. I'm sad I missed the start of the stream. Well, that's on you for drinking on the weekday. It's not a weekday. Sorry. It's a weekend. I've lost track of time. Okay, you're allowed to get drunk. Reminds me of those brain scans they'd show in movies. Yeah, if we needed to animate this, I don't think there's a way without 3D modeling, because we'd need to do this in every frame. So with this technique, that wouldn't be possible. I want to see the fractals at the pixel level. Can you imagine? We just keep going and going and going. I mean, we aren't that far from pixel level, if I'm honest, but time is fractal indeed. Yeah, this week went so fast. What happened to the week? Was it Saturday already? We are worse than alcohol, exactly. No, Seti, I said weekday at the beginning because I thought it wasn't. I thought it was still in the week. My brain is fractalized. Time perception has become has broken completely. Yeah, October just went by, and November is going by so fast for me because I'm doing this daily thing, and it's like, I don't know. I guess it's contributing and making it go fast for me. Too close to the other ones. Do this perhaps? Yeah. Time perception has been messy. It's also been like a week. Like I mentioned yesterday, this week I had in 4 consecutive days 4 very viral posts that really, like, the flurry of activity that usually comes with a viral post is like manageable in a day, but after 4 days of the same, it was a lot. It was a lot. Not that I'm not thankful, of course. Like, I'm super glad that that these 4 things did very well, but there's still like quite a lot. So I think that might have affected my time perception. Might have made my week go so quick. Okay, we'll pick all this up. That's a lot of layers. Now it's a tidy little group and we don't have to think about it anymore. It's been a fast year. I kind of like this, making it like fusing it a little bit at the tips, because yeah, it just makes it much less busy, much nicer to look at, I think. Gives it some separation from the bigger branches to the smaller ones, which helps a bit. Now, I think I should add... So the base image had this sort of noise, right? Grain. I have this grain layer, this grain action, that creates a sort of thick grain. And what I wanted is to add it just to the things we added here. Then modify it to a point where it hopefully blends in. I don't know if I can do it with that layer, noise layer, but we'll try. So the first thing I'm doing is just capturing this little part. Okay, we're gonna crop it and blow it up. A bit more. Trying to listen to the stream while my couple big beatboxes and throat sings. What is going on? Sounds like fun though. Whatever's going on, it sounds like fun. So, I don't know if this is doing a lot, but I think it helps a bit. Yeah, I'm torn with the whole filling up the brain idea. Hold on, did I flip it horizontally like a dummy? But vertically, there we go. Like, I know it's not well placed here, but imagine we did this to the other side as well, and then to the front of the brain. Just gonna like haphazardly place them so we can see what it's gonna look like, but vertically. Just like what the whole image at a glance might look like if we actually fill the whole thing up. So not considering that it doesn't really fit the brain, just as far as what the image looks like, this is too busy, right? Like that is too much entirely. Blood clot. Last week we had a case with a massive stroke basal ganglion. Damn, I mean, yeah, that'll just clean you, kill you clean off, right? Basal ganglia. Now do some guttural growls, Ed. Make it really hard. I won't do that to the poor people listening to this stream. I will be nice. There will be no guttural screams today, but only because I'm nice. One size area, damn. I don't think I've ever seen something that massive. Well, yeah, but not in that area. Okay, I feel like we can maybe fill up some other part of the brain. Like just complete hemisphere or a big chunk of it. And okay, so here's where we get into the interesting brain tidbits, so to speak. Depending on the area we put this in, it would have very different effects. So it's hard choice actually. Brain lore. Let me pull up a little brain guide to explain, because that could be a fun little lore thing. Let's see if I can find a vertical section like this. I'm trying to find one that more or less fits the area. Goes in there. That'll fit, yeah. Which part of the brain affects the ability to hitch merge layers? The one I'm missing, apparently. Oh, that is very tiny. Would be readable. Hold on. Yeah, okay. I guess that's not exactly the labeling I was looking for, but still. I'll just explain over this. So here we have the frontal part of the brain, which you can see here. It's a bit hard to see without the whole context of the head, but if we affect the frontal area of the brain, and thanks for the save reminder, if we affect the frontal area of the brain, that would affect this person's ability to judge things, to plan things, to their personality, basically. If we affect this part, which we've already affected, that would mess with their movements of the opposite side of the brain, of the body. That would mess with their sensations from that part of the body as well. And it would mess with a lot of the senses from... Well, here, if it affects this, it would affect like many functions. If we affect here, so if we fractalize this area, this is the occipital lobe, it would actually affect this person's vision, which means, imagine if your the vision area of your brain is fractalized. You would probably see like either in like a lot more detail or like very strange distortions. That would be very cool. Like how would the person of the vision of a fractalized person look like? Also, the area we're affecting, depending on how far up down it goes in 3D, but assuming the whole area is affected, the whole movement of one side of the body would be probably affected in some way. Like how would a fractalized brain handle movement I imagine it would be like a lot of tiny flailing movements, like you try to grab something and you do all sorts of different movements to try to get it, for example. Hey, welcome back, Sora. I'm glad you're a bit more focused. Seeing spots, definitely. If it affected the visual cortex, yeah. This infection needs someone or something to touch it to get affected. So how it spreads, I've left it kind of unclear. It's just kind of in the air in a way, right? It's I haven't like really explained it in the lore because I don't think it's too important, like where it comes from. I think like maybe let's just say it's a chemical compound that generated spontaneously and that has the ability of branching out and creating fractals, and like a prion disease where it's a broken protein that converts other proteins into a copy of itself. It kind of does that same effect, right? It's a chemical compound that fractalizes, and that in turn starts fractalizing the things it comes in contact with. So it just expands infinitely in a way. So it's not an infectious disease per se. It's more like a poisoning in a way. It acts like an infectious disease, right? Because it acts more like a prion disease. I don't know if it's pronounced that way. You know, like those faulty proteins. It acts more like one of those than a virus. But anyway, let me catch up with chat. Like the way some humanoid creatures move in horror movies. Yeah, like really shaky movements. I don't know, that's how I would imagine it. Lots of refined motor function. Can't control fingers. Yeah, they just flail around. Like there's an excess of brain activity, so it transforms into an excess of movement. It just cartwheel everywhere, exactly. And I was thinking that people with fractalized brains could try to get others to interact with infected things. Yeah, that would make sense, right? They're trying to, the fractalized brain like tries to fractalize everybody. So they don't become zombies, they don't lose their consciousness or their ability to make decisions or their social skills. So maybe you could be a grifter and like convince people and join this fractal cult, and slowly everybody in the cult gets fractalized as well. It just expands that way. So it expands socially in a way, which I think is a very interesting avenue to expand. Which I don't know. I think it'll be good for not this current part of the Fractal series, but fractal cults, like implying the existence of fractal cults, fractal terrorist organizations, and eventually whole fractal governments. Imagine a government of a country who's been all the cabinet has been fractalized, and they have the power of a country and the control of the military and the desire to fractalize everything they can. Can you imagine what would happen? That is where the Fractal series is gearing towards. I still don't know how I'll represent that. Maybe we'll just see the effects of it, right? We won't see the whole process. We'll just kind of jump forward in times as we've been doing with the series. We don't see the intermediate steps. We just see different snippets in time at different points. They unconsciously want other people to go check out the weird fractal they found. They don't realize they're doing it. No, I think they would be plenty conscious of what they're doing. And they would talk, like they would, I think it's more fun that way, if they're conscious of what they're doing, in a way, right? Like, are they conscious that they're participating in possibly the end of times? No, but they're conscious of the fact that they want to create more fractals and they want to propagate that. Pretty sure most governments are already like that. Exactly, but for oil. And the sub cabinets. I love that. Political cults. Yeah, some sort of political cult. I don't know, what do you guys think about the idea? It's something that's been rattling in my brain for a while. Basically since I conceived of... Not since I conceived of the Fractal series. I conceived of it, and my first idea was like, okay, the Fractal series is gonna go on until the apocalypse of this universe, right? It's just gonna start slow at like weird things that slowly escalate. Well, it can escalate quickly. It kind of went very quickly into a hurricane, but the escalation will be until the full, like, the end of humanity, right? This is an apocalyptic story that slowly develops in a way. And that was my idea from the get-go. The thing I didn't know was like how to get there. At first it was going to be like much more straight up, everyone gets infected and everyone gets fractalized, and the end. Then I thought it would be fun if there was a more human social element to it. And it started out like more natural, like this is an infection that spreads. But at some point it's just the people themselves, like destroying themselves, destroying everything. Yeah, but a cordyceps kind of, yeah, that's a nice way of putting it. Some kind of brain controlling entity. Oh, this needs, a lot of these need blurring. So I kind of go over the smaller ones especially. See, that's why I don't need to reorder layers. I can just do this. And I can control right click. It's faster. Yeah, that definitely looks better. I might actually return some of that brightness now that I've blurred them. Doesn't control the brain, everyone simply understands how great fractals are and they want to share the fractals. Exactly. Like, I feel like every person affected with a fractal would probably rationalize it in a different way. Like, if you're a very religious person, maybe you'd be convinced that it is like an act of God and you need to spread it like it's the gospel. If you are a very political person, you might understand it as maybe this is our ticket to ending capitalism and we just need to fractalize, unionize and fractalize. I would love that actually, that's a great idea. A political, a labor union getting fractalized. Fractals are bio NFTs. Oh no. Oh, this one's already blurred. Okay, it's a tiny bit more blur, I think. Unionize and fractalize. Fractalize the rich. So, okay, I would also, one of the two concepts I had for like that more social part of it, or future parts, I don't know how literal it'll be, if it will be like just something that's mentioned and we see the aftershock of it, or something where we actually do follow this little group of people, or like a part of the series. Two of the things I had figured were occults, fractal cults, kind of using it as religious means, and a fractal terrorist group, like bioterrorists that maybe think like or eco-terrorists of some kind, like people who believe like best way of getting rid of climate change is just destroying humans, and they've convinced themselves of that through the fractals, who've like pushed them towards that. So maybe they actually drop a bomb of that fractal compound, not like a bomb, but like they just drop it over a city or something and fractalize everyone in it. That'll be cool, wouldn't it? Also, Fractal Brain. What a great name to join this stream. Welcome in. Oh, you've been here for a while. I didn't notice your name was Fractal Brain. It's fantastic. There would definitely be fractal crypto bros who like trade in their very crappy fractal coin, and once they convert people to their crypto cults, they fractalize them, of course. Part of it. You are the brain. You are the fractal brain. Oh, there we go. Heroes who set off one big bomb, four smaller bombs. Exactly. A fractal bomb. So the idea of the fractal bomb of some sort, it's been rattling around my brain. I just don't know like how to represent it, but I know it would be like a great like point to represent how society actually starts destructuring thanks to the fractal. Like people are actively trying to destroy society because of this brain bug. TV programs being abruptly interrupted to start flashing pictures of fractals. I like that. I like that. It would, I like that, but not as a way of spreading it, but as a way of like showing that everyone's affected, right? They're like the people running the TV channels. If they start getting fractalized, maybe they'll get the urge of like they have to convince people of getting the fractals, so they actually start running programming to convince people that the fractal is actually good, and they'll run like imagine like a TV interview where they have like two people sitting in this TV set, and they both have like fingers and fingers and fingers. Like they have like they're partly fractalized, and they're all talking about how good the fractal is. So maybe a screen cap from that would be a fun idea. I need to note this down. I keep saying ideas and then I don't note them down. They just disappear into the ether. Hold on. Here, okay. I'll just write it here in the corner. I'm noting down fractal bomb, eco-terrorists, I'm getting confused because I tend to write things like my little notes in Spanish while I'm speaking in English, and then I'm writing things like like a part is in Spanish and a part is in English because I'm a mess like that. And oh, so a TV program with fractalized hosts convincing people. That I like to note them down because then I'll forget it. And since we're coming up with cool ideas here, the BBBBCCCC. I love that. Hold on, I missed a bunch of messages. Slightly elevated image of a city with various plumes of smoke explosions. Edited. Oh, the plume of smoke from the explosion. Kind of like maybe it's a TV program, like a TV screen of like kind of like terrorist attack in X and Y, and it's you see the aftermath of it, right? You see like destroyed places. You don't see the explosions. You see the plumes of smoke. I like that a lot. So I'm noting it down as well. And lots of good fractal ideas. See, I had the concept of it, but it's great to like try to turn that concept into an image. But yeah, definitely BBBBBCCCC. Hey, greetings. Chile, ¿qué tal? Yes, this is a brain MRI. It's not an X-ray. It's a magnetic resonance. I speak in English, write in Spanish, and think French. I don't think a lot in French. It's rare that I think in French. I actually think in English a lot because I use English so much in my day-to-day life that I end up thinking in it sometimes. Spanglish is beautiful. It truly is. I actually think in fractals. For every good fractal idea, you need several fine ones, a lot more key ones. I love these jokes. They will not get old, exactly. Oh, fantastic. How long have we been going? 2 hours. That's good. We got time. I keep starting later and later. I should start the streams a bit sooner next week, so I don't like end up starting the stream at 2 AM. Oh, and thanks for the save reminder. So what if we fractalize another little bit of the brain? Should we go for frontal or like frontal here, so like affecting the personality of this person, or occipital lobe affecting the vision of this person? What do you guys think? Or maybe you could go to the other side a bit, so it feels like several different areas of fractalization are creeping in, kind of invading. See, for example, I'll just copy this one. Like maybe another area coming from here. Frontal. What if we did the frontal from this side and so that there's the two areas are separate? Because we could do this and basically grow the area we already have, or we could do two separate areas to make it look like it's creeping in from all sides. I think that would be more interesting, right? That would be the kind of thing when you start getting infected people to try and get it. Yeah, exactly. When you affects the frontal lobe, affects the personality, the planning, the social, like inhibitions. If you get, and there's a very cool story. I forget the name of the guy, but there's a very cool story about a guy that was working on the railroads in the US, and a metal rod, there was an accidental explosion of TNT, and a metal rod went through his head, like through here, went out through here and left. It just like went out through the brain and left, and the guy survived. Phineas Gage, exactly. So Phineas Gage was this railroad worker. A metal rod went all the way through his frontal lobe of the brain and left, and the guy survived. He didn't like die of a brain infection or anything, very surprisingly. And the guy was completely fine, except for the fact that his whole personality changed. He actually lost all his social inhibitions, which means that he started doing like very inappropriate things, because you lose all the things that you've been taught that this is wrong to do. That is, he lost those barriers, right? So I think his wife left him. He ended up traveling with a circus as one of those like exhibits, like ooh, and he traveled around with the rod that went through his brain, and he was like, yeah, this rod went through my brain. Yeah, so look up Phineas Gage, like SETI wrote above. You can copy that on Google if you want to read more about him. He was very angry and short-tempered. Yes, and that's actually something you see in patients in medicine. When they have that part of the brain affected, we call it estar frontalizado in Spanish. So frontalized maybe in English, that may be the right word, I don't know. And it's actually like, I've had like very uncomfortable experiences with this kind of frontalized patients, because they just say whatever. Like if it's a guy and they see like a female doctor or a female, it was with a female nurse, he was like making the most horrible like sexual comments towards her, and she was like brushing it off because she knew he was a patient. Like she knew the patient, she knew he was it was that part of the brain that is missing. So like it would take like the most patient, this person must have been the most patient nurse in the world, because I would just slap him. She just knew the patient, so she took it in stride. But yeah, it can be very, very hard people to deal with, because they have all their social inhibitions are lost. Yeah, imagine if all those intrusive thoughts were like, they had no stop to get out. That could be, if you can imagine that might be the experience of losing the frontal lobe of your brain. And obviously it depends on the person a lot, it depends on the extent of the damage. So it's brains are very complex, and every time a brain lesion like that will be very different for each person. So let's make some more brain grooves in this area here. We'll start here. And the good thing is it doesn't look too copy-pasted to me. Like maybe if you look very closely you'll start noticing patterns, but since they go all over the place and they twist and turn, it's good. Oh, goodbye, you're leaving? Okay, you have a good night. Stay. I'll just call you stay. What's this? Part of this is patterns. Yeah, I don't mind that as long as it doesn't look like I've copy pasted something in Photoshop. Like, I don't mind if it looks like it has patterns, because that is the nature of fractals in a sense. So I don't mind that part too much. Just as long as if there's any part that looks copy pasted, let me know. I'll try and find it. So yeah, to make it more specific, well, I'm looking to what I'm looking to not do is make it look like it's been copy pasted in Photoshop specifically. I like to imagine the people with the most exaggerated brain infection blankly and silently walking in the same fractalized pattern without realizing. Yeah, at some point it would just get so much that they might actually just become more zombie-like, you know. It's more, they start losing brain function, because okay, so I would imagine the nerves, they so your electrical conduction through your brain is very fast, but imagine if to go from this neuron to its destination to this other neuron to form a thought, it has to travel like an extensive, enormous labyrinth of brain. At some point this would get so long that the brain processing power or its processing speed will go down and then down and then down, and it's exponential, right? So it would just go down until like infinitely. So at some point your brain would just get so slow, and at that point you would, and that would be like towards the end of the series, right? That would be like years of this slow growth. So that would definitely be a cool endpoint phase for the Fractal series. Like we get more zombie-like humans who are just like shambling around, maybe they're drawing fractal patterns on the ground or something like that. I'm very bad at brain anatomy. Every time I take the brain out and section it, I know the crap from the pathologist. Yeah, it's brain anatomy is very hard, especially when you see it in cuts, when you don't see the context of it. It's much easier when you see brain scans. It's much easier because you can scroll through and actually see all the cuts and look, like, see where you are much quicker. Amy assisted in autopsies, nightmare jokes and puns. Leila, you have a good night. I made the pathologist laugh uncontrollably. Did you mention it the other day? Where are you right now? Student, or are you working in pathology or something? Yeah, I recall you saying the other day, but I don't know if you told me exactly what you do. There was a shunt from the brain to drain the fluid into the bladder. The ones I've seen, they usually go into the peritoneum. Is that how you say it in English? I assume so. I realized where the tube went. I just blurted out in a goofy voice. I'm pissing my brains out. That is great. Okay, histotechnologist. See, I gotta get better at learning medical words in English, especially if I'm gonna do a whole medical horror series and it's gonna be in English. So I expect you here on stream every day on time to teach me medical words in English. I know the ones in Spanish, I just need to translate them. I'm kidding, by the way. We feel obligation. And I guess the implication with the increased brainfalls is that this is increasing the gray matter exponentially, really. So the white matter is decreasing, which would also contribute to the loss of speed over time. Yeah, I love faking. I love making up fake fake diseases. It's always fun. Storm is still going. Oh, hope it doesn't affect your connection. Your electricity. You'll teach them? I don't know if I can trust you. Teach me. So show me your credentials. Where are they? I like to think. So I like to think of the implications, right, of how it affect different things. I don't know. I have this. I have a curious brain. I like to imagine this kind of thing. So yeah, I think if I can make art work out full time, I have to at least use my medical degree to some extent. So make at least some use of it. To, you know, not make the 6 years plus of studies complete waste of time. Fan, you have a great night. Thanks for hanging out. A skeleton and 3 anatomy books. Pretty qualified. Well, for the anatomy stuff, like I've seen you mentioned like the correct muscle groups and stuff, and bones. So you've studied your anatomy. I've seen that. That's what makes it more interesting. Yeah, I guess so. I guess medical horror is something I'm especially qualified to make, which is always nice. I'm overqualified. Probably underqualified for most actual medical jobs, but overqualified for medical horror, which is nice. If only I could make money out of it. Okay, we'll add a little bit here. I think I'll do the same one again. Responding to it directly. Is there an easy way to refer to you? Ed is fine. Val is fine. Both people on the internet call me either of those. Because Eduardo is very long. So Ed is fine, Val is fine. Whatever, whichever one you prefer. Is your area of expertise in your arts? Yeah. Makes it more unique. Yeah, because I haven't seen, like, I call it medical horror, like it's a thing, but there's very few examples I could come up with that could qualify as medical horror. So I just call it like that because it feels right, but I don't know if it's even a thing. If it isn't a thing, we'll make it a thing. How about that? I'm lying, I don't study, I forget the names of basic bones. You need to know the names though, you need to draw them, right? That's what you do. I fear that qualifies as good medical horror. That's true. Dr. Eduardo Valdevia is the only name I will respond to. No, Valdevia is even shortened. It would be Dr. Eduardo valdés-hevia. So the name Valdevia comes from my surname, which is valdés-hevia. It's just long, so I started shortening it for like usernames and stuff, and it kind of stuck. Let me find this one here. How to know who speaks Spanish and who speaks English? Tell them to shorten Eduardo. Yeah. In Spain, people would use Edu. That would be the typical way of shortening Eduardo. But I kind of like Ed more. Like at the end of the day, people will use whatever they're used to. So in Spanish, I wouldn't ask someone to call me Ed. That would be weird, but I like it in English. It's fun. In French? They don't usually shorten it in French, to be honest. Like, I have a French family and they never called me by a shortened name. So, none of the above? I don't know. Like, I have a Swiss, like French-speaking Swiss friend, and she calls me Edu with that accent, and it doesn't sound right in French. Edu. Like, she calls me that because it's my Spanish shortened nickname, right? But still sounds slightly weird. Okay, I'll keep fractalizing. I think we can keep going in this area here. This is a fun little activity, by the way. I like fractalizing things. What are those? That's horrible. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. It's a very long one. Sorry, but if you prefer it, I won't stop you. Yeah, in French it's Edouard. Yeah, I guess they don't shorten it in French because it's 2 syllables. So you don't usually shorten 2-syllable words. So Edouard it is. Which, for context here, I have a French, like my mother's side of the family is French. Also shortened as Lalo? I've never heard that. So not in my region, at least. That's interesting. Lalo. Wardo. Wardo. No, but in all seriousness, the most common ones people use on the internet are either Ed or Val. This one kind of slaps. Of course, it's Wave Shaper. Oh, the trans flag edits. Love dunking on turfs. Oh, did you know I got my first death threats from a turf in Russian? I didn't see it until a few days later because it was in like the DM, like when you get a new DM request, and it's like even further. You have to click further because I guess they got through a filter, and so I was like, oh, this DA is a few days. DM is a few days old. I saw it was in Russian, and apparently it's all the Russian turfs that found me, that found my post. I knew like what it was going to be. It was something like "Go die of AIDS" or something like that. I think Google didn't translate it very well, but I got the gist of it. So yeah, fantastic people, the turfs. It's very polite in discussing their points. Congrats! Yeah, it's a point of honor. Fucking turfs. I swear. Very creative, yes. Might have been the same person that tried to hack my account. Who knows? I imagine so. That let me add, very pathetically tried to hack my account. Because if you didn't see it, the night after I posted that trans flag edit, that turf dunk I did, so I finished streaming that night, and after a while later, I take my phone and I have 20 SMS messages. And I'm like, what? That is very strange. I open them and it's all, your code to recover your Twitter account is this. Your code to recover your Twitter account is this. So it was someone trying to reset my account, my account password, and obviously didn't get through. So it was all their pathetic attempts were noted in my in my messages. 20. They tried 20 times, which was extra pathetic. The turf, the CC bot translated turf as tourists. I love that. They told you go down with an element that affected the same people. The same group of people would say to defend. Yeah, especially bad because of that. Edward. Oh no. See, that hybrid, the Full Metal Alchemist hybrid, is something I could make fan art of someday. I never thought about that. Because I think we met yesterday, we were talking about like how with my style, it's very like hard to make fan art, and I barely made any in my life. I made some Trevor Henderson ones because it does fit, but that was me just hacking for fun. Okay, then if it was me, you're allowed. Like if anyone was to hack my accounts, I would love it if it was you. Okay, I think the fractalizing is going pretty well here. Maybe I'll add another small thing here. I'll flip this vertically. Blur that a little bit more. Yeah, do you have a password manager? Yes, I do have password manager, and I have double factor authentication on all my accounts, so it'd be very hard for a random turf from the internet to get into my accounts. And I change them occasionally, so I like to think my accounts are more or less secure. You never know, because, you know, security is never a given, but I made fun of your style yesterday. Fan shit posts. Well, that is true. And Nathan made fan art the other day. I'll show it again because it's my favorite thing ever. This one. And, oh, and the crab. The crab and mock with baby legs. Fantastic. Yes, everyone turn off two-factor authentication on your accounts. It just takes like one little extra step, but it's well worth it if you want to keep your stuff secure. Because it means that a hacker would need to get both access to your phone and your accounts to be able to break through. It just makes it exponentially harder, much harder than having a super secure password or changing it often. It would just double the effort that a potential hacker would need. Hard to choose which is best. They're fantastic. You get fucked if your phone gets stolen, but you usually have a recovery code, this kind of thing, which you can have like in a physical place, which would mean that if they wanted it, they would need to physically get it, but it's still secure. Okay, so we got two parts of the brain fractalized. Maybe I'll expand it slightly over here since it's a very high contrast area. It'll make it more visible, a bit more interesting perhaps. Since this part is kind of in a very bright area already, it might be a bit harder to see that or to notice at first that this area is also fully fractalized. So we'll just expand this here. Okay, I'll just flip this vertically. Yeah, I think you can change Discords. I think I changed it. I changed my ones. I might be misremembering though. So definitely double check before trusting me. Yes, I do have one of those apps. I think I have Authy. Is it the worst one? Then I have to change it. Yeah, because I think I got it through Twitch. Okay, this is not bad for just using 3 little textures, repeated over and over, by the way. Okay, I don't want to use this one again, though. Read it. Come on. Oh, there we go. This one. Okay. Here. Another version of it. And hopefully I can fill up this area a bit. Okay. See, now I'll have to start merging, because now it's gonna be slow. It's starting to be slow, I mean. Hello, I don't know if that's hello in Russian, but hello. Aegis? I'll note that down. I'll transfer mine then. Easy TMO. Yeah, because I have for password managing, the one I have is open source as well. I think it's Bitwarden is the name, and it's good. I like an open source solution. You can definitely change it in a Windows Store phone. Yeah, I agree with Baffle. I think in general the benefits of two-factor authentication is like outweigh the risks of like maybe losing your phone and stuff. What are you doing? So we are working on a Fractal Brain. This is for a series of stories that I just called Fractal, which you can read here if you want. It's mostly just visual, with a bit of text. It's about a sort of fractal infection that takes over the world and turns everything into fractals. Okay, so we got like 2 main areas here. I wanted to make them slowly creep into the rest. Look like they're advancing. So I'll make a little poking prod get out of that zone. The teeth. The teeth are one of my favorites. I think my favorite one so far in the series is the eye, because I just think like it came like quite pretty as a picture. Simple as that. But the teeth are also one of my faves. Like my favorites from the series, I think the eye, teeth, the flower, and yeah, those three especially, and the spider web is pretty cool as well. I like how it came out, and the little fractal spider. The eye gaslighting. That's something I haven't branched out, pun not intended. I haven't branched out into a section of body horror that will creep people even more than the teeth. And it's the eyes. Eye horror it is. There's something about it, people just go crazy. I personally don't find it like super horrifying. Like I enjoy and I know why it's horrifying, but it freaks people out so much that I enjoy it a lot. I'm a monster like that. Oh, thanks for the save reminder, ZT. I keep forgetting to save, so I set up a save reminder reward. To make you people, make everyone waste points on reminding me to do a very basic thing. Couldn't do it without you guys. Fractal spider. Spiders on LSD? I didn't hear about that. Zombie, the eye scene? Which one is that? I think I've seen the movie. How did I save? Thank you for the easy question. Control S. You can see all my shortcuts here. You guys keep it up with the softball questions. I'll feel smart and everything. Thank you. Ooh. I love that. Spiders. Well, the sun doesn't seem like a great place, but I love that a lot. Yes, so very similar to the spider on fractals. I like that. Okay, should we add any more fractalization, or are we good? I really like how this part came out. Pretty natural looking. Pretty safe link to post in chat. That's true. Okay, let's put everything into a single place and see what we do. Okay. Ctrl-Shift-A to get our camera filter in there. Move everything a little bit so everyone can see it, and then we'll do enough grain to cover all our mistakes, which is a fantastic little side effect of grain. God, my My speech center is getting fractalized. I am sorry. Oh, what if your speech center got like fully fractalized? You would probably speak like you would say every letter many times. It would be very slow to speak. To add a lens flare. So I don't mind a bit of vignettes as long as we keep it black and white. I think it's fine. But we'll keep the highlights up though, so the little fractal things will still pop up from it. Something like that. It would be very. Well, it would make very apparent who the fractal people are, which is a good side effect as well, at least. Yeah, or you just repeat every word. So I and me and I, so we were going to the store and to the store and the store in the store. How annoying would that be? Recursive speaking. Okay, I want to pump up the whites. I want to make it look quite apparent. I think we're succeeding on that. Fractal Brain, that's pretty nice. Our processing has done a lot of legwork here. Those weird stacked letters. True. Speaking in stacked letters. Okay, give it a sec. Why did it? Okay, yeah, it's lagging a bit, which is making everything a bit harder. But since I think we're pretty settled on most of our inventions here, I'm just gonna go in and apply all the blurs and turn everything into regular non-smart objects. Can I actually take several and do this? Yes, okay. I can do it all in the same. Nice. So reducing all these smart objects will just reduce Photoshop's processing load quite a bit. So it's all normal layers now, which is much easier to process for the program. It's with multiple vocals at once. That'll probably be more like physiology fractalization, not just brain. True. Fractal vocal cords. Ooh. That is true. That would be freaky. Or just fractal chords to save time. So this area here was bothering me because it didn't look like it was well connected. So I just painted it on because I can do that. Speaking in many voices, it would be like Mongolian throat singing. Have you ever heard that? Where they are able to do polytonal speaking, so singing. So they can sing two notes at once. They look like electrocution scars. I mean, to be honest, the electricity patterns that that electricity makes on surfaces is a fractal. Described as a fractal, so we're not that far. It has a name. Ah, I forget now. But it has like a guy's name, which is usually very hard for me to remember. The religious people call it becoming infinite. I love that. Or infinitesimal. I really like the word infinitesimal. And I think the fractal cults would probably use it. Lichtenberg, exactly. Thank you. Lichtenberg figures. So yeah, we ended up with Lichtenberg figures without really trying. Like we just it just a natural looking fractal pattern that branches. So I mean, at the end of the day, it makes sense. Yes, exactly. Sorry. Lightning scars, or scars if it's on a person, but like the patterns caused by it. Can I tell you about one of my most mind-bending experiences of my life? Of course. Tell us. Spill the beans. By the way, I'm drawing a bit of cortex around some of these areas too. Hopefully make it look a bit more realistic in that term. It was after college. It was our trip to Alaska. I'd been really into fractals in college and biology. Taking off from Anchorage, yeah, I think so, airport. The marshal around it has a lot of little streams. Those streams form into bigger streams in the exact same pattern. Ooh, I love that. I think I've seen aerial photos from that sort of thing. It was very cool to see in person. Pretty much the most perfect fractal I've ever seen. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Like, I've seen pictures of it, and it's beautiful. Okay, what else? A signature, of course. We gotta sign this. I have two options. We can either make it into like one of these fractal patterns, turn it into my signature, or we could make it a part of like the program's interface if we want to add any kind of interface on it, which I don't know if we want to do that. Hello, Dandaman. If you need a priest for your fractal cult, hell yeah. We're forming a cult. Let's go. Who's joining? One of both. I usually like to just choose one spot for the signature. For those that don't know, I always like to explain it for the new folks. I always sign my pictures using this symbol here, and I hide it somewhere in the picture, right? I don't make it easy to find, so that it's harder to crop and it doesn't distract. And it's also like a little puzzle for people who follow me and know about it. So comes a little thing, and I always like to ask chat, where should we put the signature? Because usually folks have great ideas. fractal signature. This mark here. Oh, let's spectator layer. I wonder what that is. I think IRL. I guess it's just like a little bend of the brain that's popping up from below. Like we got a lobe that does like this, and we're just seeing whatever pops up from it, like the brain below it pops a little bit up. But this thing here, whatever this little symbol I'm drawing is, no idea. Wonder what it could be. Maybe I don't know. I'd say a vein or something, but it's very perfect there. Weird. It's gonna green cab red box to play. Maybe it's someone else's signature. Perhaps we would be erasing the previous person's signature. To be honest, this brain scan is full of little artifacts. Like you can see the little stripes all around that are probably just some of the white matter traveling around, you know. Obviously, we're only seeing a cut of the brain, like if this here is the brain, we're just seeing a cut like through here, for example. So if there is a little blood vessel or a little nerve that we could be able to see, that's probably, I imagine those are blood vessels, like small ones that go through the meat of the brain. So if going through this line, this cuts, which is what we're seeing, we have a little blood vessel that does this. Guy goes up and down, above and below. We would see it like little lines that do this. So I assume that is what we're seeing here. Like this. It's a bunch of little things like this. I bet it's brain worms. Can you imagine? This shit is my jam, hell yeah. Finally someone who jams to weird biological stuff with me. The only thing I understand. So we have a straight line here. I think it's pretty useful for us. Just seeing it this way. Right, that's nice. So what I want is to remove this perpendicular line, because we'll be creating our own and it'll be better. That one's just a bit distracting. So yeah, VA. If you didn't know what my signature meant, it's a V and an A. Very simple. It can also be a V and an H. If you want to do valdés-hevia, you can. If you want to do the VA and the L even from Valdevia, you also can. We'll just imagine these are blood vessels. Why not? Easy there, challenging God to a duel. I will do it. I have no fear. So yeah, if you ever wonder when my signature is, it is a V, it's an A, so an L if you do this. So Val, or it can also be here, a V, an H, which makes VH, which is valdés-hevia. It doesn't make an E, because then it would just become a square. So it's just a VH. I don't know, it's a little symbol I came up with years ago, and I've been using it ever since. Yeah, I want to make it a bit sneakier, because it's become a bit too apparent. So I'll probably, all the parts I added, I'll probably just smooth them out a little bit. Also, once we add all the filters, you just do F11. F11 I have it set to an action that is create new layer, flatten it, like flatten all in a single layer, and create a smart object. So I use it a lot to just flatten the whole thing into the final picture. Where is this? This is our drawing. Yes, so we made our signature. We fixed up a few parts here that were bothering me. A few areas around the brain stuff. Hey Sam, you're doing good. You're doing Fractal Brain, another part of my Fractal series. You might remember, or not. Wouldn't blame you, because I work very slowly on it. Brainstorm. I like that. So yeah, this is a brain affected by fractal syndrome. So the last part of the Fractal series, those that missed it. So the last part of the Fractal syndrome, we saw how it affected the body in several different parts. We never showed the full fractal human, which is like small bits of it. So the fractal eye, fractal teeth, the fractal fingernails. So this was the last part, and we're kind of segueing from like the body stuff into the mind stuff. So this part will be like the brain, and then I don't know how many other pictures this part's gonna have, but it's probably gonna be the brain, and then like some effects of the fractal behavior. I was thinking of representing people building a huge like fractal mega structure, but I felt like, one, that actually could be modeled. I'm imagining, if you guys know Sierpinski triangles, don't. The Sierpinski triangle is very classic fractal. As triangle. I'm not good at drawing straight lines. Thermal Wormington, thank you for the follow. A triangle made out of triangles, made out of triangles, made out of triangles, and so on. That's a Sierpinski triangle, very classic old school fractal. They're one of the greedy and recursive ones that are always geometrically the same, as opposed to more messy, complicated. Just hold shift. Yeah, but shift will go up and down and diagonal, but it won't create the slope I want. It's fine. We're just drawing it for an example, so. So Sierpinski triangles classic fractal, I was thinking of having a bunch of fractalized people start building one, but of course it's going to be a 3D structure. So instead of being triangles, it's pyramids. So imagine this, but 3D. Imagine it being, instead of being flat triangles, they are flat pyramids, or 3D pyramids, sorry. So yeah, that but pyramids. I won't try to draw it because I'm not good at it, but I imagined like a bunch of people creating one, like getting together and kind of showing that the fractal brain doesn't actually like turn you into a zombie, but it makes you like just obsessed with fractals and making you trying to spread them around. So that would be the concept. But I'm thinking like people building a fractal megastructure seems like something way more for the end of the series, when everybody's affected and it's just the world is going to hell. I think it might be for later. So it was my first idea, but now I do want to show next to this, next to the fractal brain, I do want to show kind of like the effects of some fractal behavior. I think someone did a project of building one like that for the Tokyo Megastructure contest. Interesting. Triangles are the superior structurally. That's true. Cal with a hat. Thank you for the follow. You said megastructure, that makes me laser eyes. The one word that makes me activate. Yes, fractal megastructure is, I think, gonna be part of one of the final parts, possibly, of the Fractal series. It's gonna be like the last breath of civilization coming from humans before it descends into full chaos. Right? It's like all humans are fractalized. They're all like building huge fractals. And then they just like slowly get consumed by it. It's just absorbed into the fractalized world. But before that, they'll be building structures and doing all sorts of weird things. So it'll probably be like the penultimate part. That's how you say it. It's like the second to last part might be fractal megastructures. But I'm just doing this for fun while I speak, because I'm weird like that. So I don't know, since I am moving that out to one of the last parts, I don't know exactly what I'll do for this part next to the brain, because I do want to show some sort of fractal behavior. Just like the... Oh, my Twitter profile even makes that extremely clear. Oh, that's a very cool mega structure in your banner. You can see that. Fractals are fun anyway. Yeah, same. I do the same. So what I do want to show is some sort of fractal behavior, just like we did with the spider, which I'm gonna show. Fractals. Here we are on. Just like the spider that we saw in the previous part, apart from being fractalized itself, like we can see here, has legs coming from legs, etc. The spider is actually starting to build fractal structures, and this is called an Apollonian gasket, which is another very fun name. It's kind of like the Sierpinski triangle, but for circles, and there are variants depending on how many big circles you do. So you can do one with 3, you can do one with 4. I just chose the one with 4 because I liked it. Need some full landscape and planetary restructuring. Physics will also be restructured to accommodate. The weird old video that I keep thinking of when you say fractal behavior. That way maybe it makes me feel weird. Well, that is on you. Let's see. Protein synthesis. Oh, it's one of those. Oh, it's like people getting into protein structures. That's interesting. It's like a choreographed version of something at the protein level. That's cool. I like that. Yeah, that's a great inspiration for like fractal behavior. Maybe it's like people getting together and forming a fractal. Yes, if for people who are new and don't know my fractal series, because it's been a while since I posted the last part, so I wouldn't blame you. Here you can read the fractal series in full. It's also on Twitter if you search for it. But yeah, you can read it there. It's more comfortable. Yeah, I really like that as inspiration. I think like megastructures is still far away in terms of where we're going with the story. But something like fractal behavior that is more localized and simpler like that seems interesting to me. I like that. I don't know why I flipped this one. This one won't be helped by flipping. Flipping usually reveals errors in perspective and things like that. We're working on a 2D image. Flipping won't do anything. Still far away, like to keep me on the hook. Yes, I don't know exactly how many parts are left, because I have the endpoint, I have the midpoints, I have like the beats I want to hit, but I don't know exactly like how I'll hit them, which is why I'm slow with this series, right? Because I want to have like a good idea before I start on something instead of just like going at it, because this is one of my precious little series and I want to do them well, essentially. Oh, let's see. Oh, I saw about this one. I think on a YouTube video I talked about that. Well, yeah, that is essentially it. I wonder if this... yeah, that image is not licensable. It's cited as fair use, which means they don't have a CC license for any image of that proposed building, and it's a render anyway. I would probably want to model something on Blender. It would be simple, like it's a bunch of pyramids, right? Like I'm a big, like it's a fractal thing, so it might actually be quite hard. I might actually see if I can find a plugin for Blender or for some other program to make fractals in 3D, because that would be good for those parts, for like the big structure things. I would just use it as a base and then just use photo textures on it, just like make a model, put it in the world, then I just bring it into Photoshop and do the fun stuff. That's for the future though. That is ideas far away. I'm sure there's some fractal plugin for Blender. Yeah, I'm absolutely sure. Like there's people making amazing 3D fractals out there, so I don't think that'll be a huge problem. Yeah, I think we'll be okay with that. But that's for the future. For now, we just need to show the Fractal Brain, which we already have. Pretty happy with it. I think it came out as nice as I was expecting, so that's good. Yeah, we got the Fractal Brain, and we just need a fractal behavior of some sort to kind of something to especially like sell the points, put the point across of what the fractal does to the brain and how what the direction of the series is going to go in. Like you kind of tease that it's actually not going to be like an infection story where people become mindless zombies where they go and infect other people. It's going to become an infection story, but in a much more social way, right? Like the world is going to go to shit because of fractals, but because the fractals are moving people to do horrible shit. So there'll be like fractal cults, which may or may not show up. I don't know, may just be mentioned. There's definitely going to be a part of the series about a fractal terror attack, showing like a group that throws a bomb of this fractal chemical that is turning everything fractal into a city, just infecting everyone. Then there's going to be something like way more like global conflict, like we just bring it into from a local stories that we've been doing into something global, into like two countries going to war over because one of them wants to turn everyone into fractals, right? Something like that. I don't know how to represent that one, so that is still something I have in my brain, but I don't have like transformed into a picture yet. So yes, it's gonna be that. It's gonna be like it's how it restructures society, then it actually breeds conflict, then it all goes to shit. It becomes like a nearly post-apocalyptic society, where everyone is like slowly succumbing to the fractal until they all end up like humanity goes through shit because of it. So yeah, this is an apocalypse story. You didn't see where it was going. But yeah, that's in the long term. I don't know how long it'll be, like how long term. I might even, I'm trying, so I'm gonna attempt to pitch one of my series. I'm mostly looking to pitch Megalomorpha, the one with the bugs. I'm actually gonna put my camera because we've seen enough of the brain, I think. I'm gonna try and pitch Megalomorpha to publishers and stuff, and try and make a more long form book of it. But the Fractal series, if that fails, the Fractal series, which is still like way more unfinished, it still has way more longer to go. Might be nice to actually finish in book form, like still finish it online and stuff, but try to expand on it and actually not only do like pictures and just a touch of writing, but actually like write something more extensive. Also, I've just noticed I missed a bunch of chat messages because my OBS keeps messing up, and suddenly, like for a point of time, it stops sending messages. So, are you familiar with Merv's The Satan Rockets? No idea. On a 3D model of it. Oh. It's fab. Oh, that is very cool. That's dope, actually. I'm gonna save that. Yeah, might be nice to use as a base. Since I'm not very familiar with Blender, I'd like to have something to use. What might be great is keeping a single story as a very, very long-term story, and including very tiny hints in every other story, an overarching plot. That would be fun, but I would keep my series, like I would keep the Fractal series. I would keep Megalomorpha out of that because they're their own little universe, right? They're self-contained. But my other like singular stuff like one-off stories, it could be nice to hint at sort of like building lore. I haven't really given it much thought, but if I can come up with some cool overarching lore, that would be fun. I do have some secret lore on the Patreon postcards of all places. Yeah, I'm having fun like writing a little story with them, with a couple characters, and it's pretty simple, but yeah. Oh, I think my chat in OBS is back. Make a comic. I don't think my style will then like with how long it takes me to make one image, turning that into a comic would be, yeah, it wouldn't be possible. I would need to draw, and I don't know how to draw. So hey, if you want to make a comic, if you want to make a comic and I write it, we could collab on that. I would love to do that. Grab your phone, open your own stream, and put it in chat only mode. No, I don't have like. I have my like my stream dashboard thing, which does show the chat well. It's just like further away on the screen, so I have to turn my head a bit more. That's the only problem. But yeah, now it's back on OBS, so it's fine. It just like leaves for a little moment. It's weird. Makes sense to make something self-contained. Yeah, I mean, for those stories, I like them to be like their own little thing. Because I feel like it would, like, since their own, like for example, the Fractal world ends in apocalypse. So it wouldn't really fit with any other world that didn't have this apocalypse going on. It's like such an overarching big thing that... But yeah, if you want to support me, this is on my Patreon pitch that I do like once in a blue moon. If you want to support me, I love Twitch subs and Twitch subs are great, but Twitch takes like 50% of that away. Oh, I can't. Yeah, the body is on break. Yeah, Twitch takes 50% of Patreon of sub money. Patreon just takes 10%. So if you want to put a little bit towards like supporting me, Patreon is probably your better choice. And you can through both things you can access Discord, where I post my work in progress stuff, even stuff that I don't work on stream. Not a lot this month because I'm working most of my stuff on stream, but got some work in progress stuff, even if you pay like the smallest amount. Teddy, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Sunny Mel. Ah, that was you there. Thank you. And you got the postcards too, so that's fantastic. Expect this month will be something from November, so. Bezos is actively shutting down your bot, so you can't use a Patreon command. That's true. He wants all the money. To get the physical postcards. They're fun. The physical postcards are great. Here, I'll show you guys some examples since we are on cam mode. Oh no. Everything falls down. So these are really fun to make, and I love to have like a little physical thing that comes out of my work, since my work is often just digital. So yeah, there's just a Halloween one. It's Halloween greetings, and if you go to the back, it's a little message. There's a little puzzle that you can solve. Sometimes they're easy, sometimes they're extremely hard because I don't know how to make puzzles, but it's still fun. But yeah, there's a bunch of different themed ones. Weeping Raven. There's the California Dark Watchers. I really like this one. That came out. There we have the Fresno Nightcrawlers. Try to make them look like travel postcards or like reading postcards of different kinds. I get inspiration from real old postcards. Yeah, there's a bunch of that. I think I'm missing one here. It was the very first one. Design-wise, not as good as the others because I was just trying out a bunch of stuff. But mycelium infection, of course. So for this month, it'll be something from one of the things I've done for November. So possibly, I won't say yet because I haven't made the postcard so far, but I'll make it in the next few days. But it'll be something like the Crabman or the Hand Teeth, something like that. So yeah, something kind of creepy. We'll see. They're fun. They're very fun to make. As a little side project, my crab mass. I have some I made kind of as a test. I gave them away. And who else joined me on Patreon? Thank you. Fantastic. Thank you so much if you're here in chat. Wait, do you make creepy things? Yeah, it's pretty messed up of me. I actually made some that I only made them for a giveaway that I made right before the Patreon because I was testing out the postcard thing. And I never released them again. By the way, this Patreon thing, the postcards, I just print them once, and then I keep, like, I guess you can see I have some, I always make some extra ones in case, like, there's any errors or stuff. But apart from those, like, 4 or 5 extra ones, they disappeared. Whatever. Felix, thank you. I know that was you. Thank you for joining. Hope you enjoy the postcards. Hey, welcome back, Rosen. Dinner turned into dinner and a movie, and here I am still. Hope you like the Fractal Brain we did. Here it is. I was gonna show some secret postcards I made for a giveaway. Let's see, it is somewhere here. Yeah. I mean, they're not secret. I posted about them on Twitter, but it might be fun to bring them back if you guys like any of them. I'd make a poll on Patreon or something. This one from the Antarctica bug. This one, which was the... Oh, this one I printed already for Patreon, actually. It was like a first one extra thing. It was for my bug series. I wish you a fractastic day. That was the one I was trying to find. Something very corny. Yeah, I forgot the bad pun I had done. It was fractastic. So yeah. And this one was a simpler one, just like the angel and the strange encounter, no man's land. So these are very common types of postcards that just have an image and a little tagline below it, and are black and white, or sometimes colored. But I find that it's more fun to make like cool text things like this, or like the California one. Hey! It is an Oki rating with a party of 14. Hello everybody! How are you guys doing? So we're chatting a bit right now, but we've been making a Fractal Brain. How are you doing, Oki? Hope your stream was good. Give me teeth. I will show the teeth. I will show the teeth. I know your audience is very fond of teeth. So I'll show you guys some of the teeth horror I've done, if that convinces you to like my stuff. So okay, first off, this one I did a couple weeks ago. I imagined, what if instead of having a full row of teeth, you just had the one, and we called it Tombstone Teeth, and that's what it looks like. So it's just like one long tooth, which is pretty comfortable if you don't like flossing. We got big fans of teeth showing up. Teeth horror. Yes, I've been doing a bunch of teeth horror lately. And very quickly it's like people are saying it's my brand. So I'm sorry, like I didn't choose this. I'm sorry to be intruding on your brand, Oki, but suddenly I'm the teeth guy and I don't know what to do with it. Monotooth. Ghost hunting, cryptic cuddler. Great names, both of you. Thank you for the follows. I hate it in a good way. Exactly. That's the right response. Then I did a made-up disease called calcium hyperproficiency, in which you have so much calcium in your blood that your body decides to start using it, and it starts making teeth in wherever it can find. So we made this. I made a little x-ray with teeth growing out of the finger bones, and one of them is broken, you might notice. So just imagine that some of them would be just under the skin, some of them would actually pop up from the skin. Okay, please start drama with Ed about the teeth. Please. Okay, can we pretend to have drama for the teeth? Like, who owns a teeth brand? Anyway, that was a very fun one to make. And then, and I guess that segues very well into what we've been doing today. So one of my series, my like ongoing series, is called Fractal, and it's all about kind of like, imagine Uzumaki, where the world of this village is consumed by the idea of a spiral. So it's similar to that, like kind of like an infection story, but instead of the world being infected by spirals, it's with fractals. And so, for example, was from the last part, when humans start getting affected by the fractal. We did a fractal eye with the Mandelbrot set, and there we go, fractal teeth, teeth within teeth within teeth within teeth, and so on and so forth. So, fractal disease. I have a link here handy, because apparently the bot is not working today, so I can't do like commands. Here you can see the full series if you want to see it from the beginning, and how it slowly develops into this. And it's still ongoing, so what we've been doing today is working on the next part, which is Fractal Brain. And these people who've been affected in their eyes and their teeth and all that nonsense, eventually their brains start being affected, and they'll start like exhibiting weird behaviors that will slowly escalate into the end of the world. So that is gonna be that's gonna be the Fractal series. So that's what we've been doing the past couple hours or more. So yeah, thank you everybody for the teeth drama. Hope you like all my teeth stuff. I've only done these 3 teeth things, so it only takes 3 teeth pieces to actually make it your brand. Apparently, I don't know. I never tried to make it my brand, but it just sort of dropped on me. I for one welcome our fractal overlords. Same. Now we should be turned into a little fractal man, with arms within arms within arms, and so on. So we're just having fun, like fractalizing different parts of the brain and figuring out like what it would do. Like this part here of the brain, if it was fractalized, this part controls the movement. So we imagined it would kind of make repeated movements. It would kind of like make you move your fingers in strange ways, that kind of thing. But then it would also affect your speech, the speech area of your brain, which would probably make you talk in like very recursive ways. So like, yeah. So I and me were going to see my friend and her and them. So my friend and me and her, yeah, something like that. It would be very annoying to talk to these people. So yes, different parts of the brain being fractalized would create different horrible effects. If it affected the visual cortex, it would probably make you see fractals all over. Like every surface you see would become strange and fractal. I love how well you act that out. Yeah, I have years of experience of imagining how one becomes fractalized. But yeah, these are one of my ongoing series, which is it's been so fun to develop. And I'm very slow. I'm so slow at updating it. Actually, this month I'm supposed to be doing Irevember, which is a daily challenge where every day I do a new piece of art. And I've only been doing standalone things that I just post the next day. But today I figured out I would. The prompt was actually something that could work with fractals, which was called radial symmetry. So I just told myself I would like drop everything and work on one picture at least from this series to kind of like keep it going, because I am so slow updating it. But yeah, very fun series to work on, to be honest, and I love seeing all the reactions. Actually, there's this running joke where there's the fractal series. Actually, let me show you. Let me show you here. The fractal series actually starts when a ship capsizes and drops like some unknown chemical compound in the water, which was like the catalyst of the whole thing. You can see it here. So the ship capsizes, drops something that forms a fractal shape, and that is what starts. Like it's some kind of chemical compound that fractalizes itself, so it like kind of expands eternally. So first thing it starts making is like fractalizing fish, and slowly it'll spread to humans. But of course, when I made this, people started talking about I want to drink the fractal juice, and it kind of became a running joke to talk about the fractal juice. The other day I was thinking about actually like making like some ad for fractal juice and putting that on a t-shirt. It would be fantastic. A lot of like, drink fractal juice, fantastic for your health. And the ad is full of like recursive little things. I don't know. I think that would be like, it would be the kind of merch I would want to buy, so I want to make it just so I can have it. And if people want it, then that's even better. Imagine accidentally infecting heaven. We just go into higher planes, infecting them with fractals. Make Mock the mascot. I love that. How would Mock, who famously has no arms, how would this little running guy hold a can? Tell me, Seti. In this house, we succumb to the fractals. We drink the fractal juice. They wouldn't hold it in its hand, in its mouth. It's like, We love the fractal juice here. With the foot, that's fair. I can't believe Mock was so long ago, actually. Feels like it was the other day. And I had to re-explain yesterday because nobody knew who Mock was. The juice refreshes and refreshes and refreshes and refreshes. Love that. Actually, let me show you guys the original here. You want to see how far it came. Hold on, I was in the wrong thing. So we kind of went to kind of branch the little gray matter of the brain like this. It kind of looks like electricity a little bit, but I'm not opposed to that. To be fair, Mock was feel like it was last night. Last night I explained it. Oh, MSG, thank you for the Prime sub. I don't know why the notification didn't pop up. Twitch is acting weird lately. Well, thank you very much. The notification might just pop up at some point, but thank you. That means we are at 31 out of 35 subs for the new emotes, which is great. I'm very sorry to tell you this, Oki, but it might be a tooth emote. I don't know. I'll put a poll when we get to 35. And people will decide what the new emote will be, but it will be something we've done this month, because it's like kind of a month ago. So it's going to be based on either, I don't know, a crabman or a teeth, like one of the teeth things, like monotooth or something like that. It's got to be an emote based on that. So I'm sorry to further intrude on your brand. Doing that. I keep doing that. Oh, it could be the worm of the string. This is another one we did the other day. Well, the more teeth emotes, the better. That is true. You're right, Felix. The worm of the string would make a pretty cute emote, actually. That was another one of the daily things we've done or the beholder. So I'll explain again because I think it's all new people. So yesterday we made this big eye looking at us from some catacombs in 1940s Italy. So I was trying to come up with some interesting angle for the lore around it, and I figured I would kind of trick people. I would start like a little chain reaction. So what I made was this. The Eye of Syracuse. Urban legends claim some people are able to see an eye looking at them in this image. It shows a family leaving flowers for a dead relative in a catacomb in Sicily in the 1940s. No processing technique on prints or the negative has ever revealed such an eye. So I made it look like if you were seeing this eye, there was something wrong with that review. And then I notified people through a Discord and I told them, hey, can you pretend you don't see the eye in the comments? And people started doing that, and then everybody came in and saw what was going on and followed along. So every comment pretty much is just people going, I don't see anything. Like here's Quinn saying, Dappermancer on Twitch, who came in and said, I've taken a scan, I passed it through UV, I don't see anything. I even gave them the clean version of the image so they could do things like this, right? Everybody's saying like, for your information, those who are trying to find the eye and reading comments about people finding it, the eye actually isn't there. It's just a normal image prank. I hope that clears up some things. Or asking like, what's the creepy thing on this one? Here it says, oh, it's a reflection of my own eye on the screen. And the screen makes you think. Yeah, everybody was perfect here in the comments. So everybody like, wait, where? I've been looking at this for 10 minutes. I don't see it. Can you see it here? People pointing it out or making a crude drawing. Like, you guys don't see it. It was fantastic. And actually some people got bamboozled and started asking around like, you guys really can't see it? It was very funny. Okay, thank you so much, Shoki. You have a great night and a great weekend as well. Staruhela. I don't see anything there. Yeah, there's nothing. Another one got bamboozled while we were streaming. I legitimately can't let if you guys are joking. I see it. We bamboozled someone else. Yeah, okay, have a great night. There's literally no eye in this picture, lol. I'm just gonna ask where. I'm keeping the ruse up. Someone like pointing out at random points, like is it this little spot here? Like the replies were fantastic. Or is it this kid looking into the camera and posting like different crops of it? I can see it when I'm not wearing my glasses. It kind of looked like this. That's a new one as well. That's fantastic. No, for real, don't see it. It's right here. It's so good. No way, I think I see an eye here. Then somebody posted the Leonardo DiCaprio pointing gif, and I just say, I think that's just Leonardo DiCaprio. And then this was the first person who was bamboozled. Actually deleted the tweets later. They got it. When they saw we were messing with them. They got self-conscious and deleted it. But I can't believe another person fell for it as well. I love all the comments. It was also fun to see. It has to be as good as it gets. I love it because it was a spur of the moment thing. Like, let's just pretend the eye is not there. I think so. The idea came from yesterday. I was making it. Faya, Nathan in chat said some, like, was joking around and said something to the effect of, "Oh, where's the eye? I can't see it because there's a huge eye in the middle of the thing." And I found that funny, and then it kind of stuck in my brain, and I just decided to make that the official lore of the image. So if you guys can see an eye here, I'm very sorry. Nobody else can. You're the only one seeing it, and it is seeing you. But yeah, that was such a fun little story. I love bamboozling people from time to time. I don't want to be evil about it, but I love a good bamboozle. Like, it's fun. Yeah, which is a blank eye I couldn't pick. I don't know why people are saying they see an eye. No, I didn't put the people in. The people were already in the original. It was some people like taking shelter during World War II, like families taking shelter in catacombs. Because I guess they were safer on the ground or something. And during in Sicily, 1943, during the invasion. I just had to look up who Pruncell was. It's like I still understand it, but I know it's a big eye and it has something to do with Undertale. It's like not real. I don't know. The Undertale fandom scares me. It's an Undertale thing. I played the original Undertale. I played the first part of Deltarune. I still haven't played the second one that came out recently. So because I wanted to replay the first one as I did, because I forgot what happened and we played all at once. It was someone's dream, not like real creepypasta. It was like, whoa, that was fucked up. Okay, so someone dreamed it, then they painted it or something in the game and people ran with it. It's not scary. Undertale is not scary. Like, it has some dark elements, but I never found Undertale scary at all. It's a pretty cheery game, all things considered. Like, it's very cheery in like aesthetics and presentation. Of course, then there's some heavy themes, of course, that merge with the cheery aesthetic, but it's not scary. I don't think I ever found it scary, personally at least. But yeah, if the big eye was there, I would find it scarier. To stream there was a big eye for no reason. I don't think they ever intended it to be taken seriously. You know, memes sometimes like pop up from the weirdest places. So I'm not surprised. But right now I'm thinking through what could be, like, how could we do the fractal behavior to go with the fractal brain here. It's been going through my brain. I still have no idea. Like, I like the... I'll put it up on screen because it's sent to me before, but... So this is 1970s video or something? Yeah, 1971. Department of Chemistry in Stanford University. They actually, like, try to represent protein synthesis as like people running around with different costumes, and let's pull around it. So they all do this choreography to represent how a protein folds and stuff like that. And I don't know, I thought that could be a fun way to do like some kind of fractal behavior, like people doing it, some kind of choreographed thing. Soren's little brother. Large cup of coffee, 4 medium, 16 small, 64 expensive. And so on. But yeah, this is really creepy, isn't it? All the people like kind of dancing together, creating this sort of like weird, complicated dance. It doesn't make any apparent sense. I mean, I guess there's like a narrator, because it's muted right now, explaining what the hell is happening, but amino acid, why not? Without the context, it's very bizarre, isn't it? Many patients attempt to overextend their limbs by physical means. Even in biology classes was bizarre. Yeah, I can see that. So, I like that Rosen from a writing perspective, but trying to represent that as a picture would be hard. It has to be like some physical representation of it, right? The problem about editing crowds is that you can't really edit them in a way that, like in the same way that you edit a texture, right? You can't just use big people as a texture, because the edges need to be perfect, to be like for each person. But potentially we could try and edit a crowd into something. What the hell are they doing? Edit a crowd into some sort of fractal shape and make it look like they're all spontaneously creating this shape. Like it's just happening on its own, you know? My professor put this VHS in and she was asking if he says us. It's like it was the first semester she ever used it. I love it. I'm a T-Factor stan. Yeah, they're just having fun, to be honest, which is good. I mean, I have no idea what's going on, and I'm supposed to know how proteins fold, but like ribosomes and proteins are formed. But look at these people, like they're just having the time of their life, dancing around. Oh, I bet they were high as hell. 1970s. I would join in, to be honest. I would be peptide bond or transporter RNA. And I would just like wave my arms, because it's the 1970s. We gotta do it. You also watched this in high school biology? I love that. If I was high, yeah. If I was high, I might either join or get like super paranoid and get very creeped out. It's either of them. It's the LSD, it's true. Thank you, Zen Motor Life. Welcome. As we watch this creepy video. Yeah, imagine something like this, just like people standing in a crowd, but they are forming a fractal shape. I would get high and then join in, that's true. Look at this one. Look, there you go. You keep going. You're not going to transcribe me. Get away from me. I love that. That's the best. So I wonder like how many good crowd pictures I can find, like from above. Because it's going to be easy to find crowd pictures from the ground floor, right? Something like this with pedestrians, perhaps. I don't know, something like a protest might be a good candidate. It's gotta be something where I can easily like select people out. So I'd love a crowd from above, but not something like this, because this is absolutely insane numbers of people. Something like this angle is not bad, but... You just use this bad 3D models crowd. Looks like The Sims. Let's see. Let's look on Unsplash. Let's look for crowd. Fractal flash mob. I love it. So something like this is not bad. Like if we get people together. So first we can just create a base. That's pretty simple because it's just lines, and you can just replicate them and fill it up, and then just pick people and pull them in, creating shapes. It would take a while. It's not the easiest edit in the world, but flash mob might bring good results. Could be true. After I finish this search, I'll also look for it. There's some better pictures in Unsplash. As usual, there's less pictures but better quality. Like really big crowds. I don't love. This gives me COVID panic. I'm used to not standing in crowds for long enough. Yeah, I think if it works, it's super worthwhile. Managed to make it work. In any case, I mean, this is not the thing I'm the most worried about, because we got plenty of time. Yeah, we're still gonna be working on the e-Revember, on one of things for the next few days at least, and after the end of the month we can finish up this edit, or maybe I can like work on little chunks over the days. We'll see. But yeah, there are plenty of pictures. I'm sure there'll be one with like the right density or something. Like, I'm sure we can find something. People running, they have a nice density that we can actually group them together, but there's not like a lot of good space to create a fractal. COVID has steamrolled my brain. Same. Family just denies. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's super hard to deal with. I was lucky enough too that even though my father is a right-wing nut that believes everything is on Facebook, he would never went into COVID denial or anti-vax, which I'm very glad for, because I was completely expecting him to fall into that rabbit hole. I think, yeah, in Spain, anti-vax hasn't been as prevalent as in America or in other places. There's been a lot of political conspiracy theories, though. Like, because we have currently we have a left-wing government, and the right-wing has been using COVID to just like last on the government and kind of gain political points for the next election. So there's been a lot of that, but thankfully not to the point of denial or anti-vax or like any political party being anti-vax. So thankfully that has been avoided. Parents were never anti-mask, they were anti-vax until recently. I'll take it, to be honest, even if they're vaccinated for the wrong reasons, I'm glad they're vaccinated. I'm glad they changed their mind for whatever reason. Yeah, next round of elections is gonna be scary. In Spain at least, it's gonna be... It's very likely gonna go to the right wing. And the right wing is, since the last right wing government, they've really like radicalized, which, yeah. But I don't know, there's also like very big political scandals coming, and well, it's a whole thing. We'll see, I guess. How cool would it be? Not right now, and not with this picture, because this is like the guys with the hats, I don't know what their name is, but they look kind of ridiculous. But doing something like the flash mob thing we were talking about, but with soldiers marching in a fractal pattern to kind of imply the whole like war angle of it. It'd be fun. Can note that down. Went through COVID. Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. I'm very thankful to never have got it, that I know of course. But yeah, the vaccine, like, it hit me hard. It messed me up for a day each time I, like, for each dose. That's, I don't mind that at all. Like, okay, I'll take it easy for one day. I have an excuse to be a bum and be lazy. That's nice. Soldiers in fractal formation. Fractal formation. It's a pretty good concept. Look at the documentary. Interesting. I like DW's coverage. I usually watch they have a Spanish translated channel as well as the English one, and it's pretty good. Sleep before a week both times. For me, yeah, it was the first time was like one day that kind of messed me up for it. The second time was actually longer, but it wasn't bad at all. I think it was bad. Yeah, we got a few pictures here. I'll save them up because we won't work on this immediately. It's more of a for later. Maybe we'll find a prompt where we can work it in. Maybe not, we'll see. Yeah, they have a Spanish version of the channel as well. They dub it. Got my booster yesterday. Still, yeah, that's nice. Yeah, we're still waiting here to see if the boosters are gonna come in Spain. They don't seem to be anywhere around the corner, so except for like very elderly people and immunocompromised people who've gotten their third doses. But yeah, I'm still like, I got my 2 doses, and for now I'm still within the 6 months before the booster, so I'm fine. So I was gonna leave work, but I toughed it out. It was really quickly after lunch. That was fine. Yeah, so yeah, it can vary a lot, really, the reaction. People get unlucky. You're after 6 months. And are you eligible to get it? I don't know how it is where you live. Like, I know the US is already giving boosters a lot because they still have a very low percentage. Like, they have too many shots because a lot of people don't wanna get it. I know here it's not been like the US where you do your own. You get your own date for vaccinating. They just call you. You are registered on the health services, and just they have a turn for everybody, and you get called eventually. So I don't have to search for it on anything. I know I'll get a call the day they wanna schedule a vaccine. Yeah, it's complicated. I'm praying you guys get socialized healthcare at some point within our lifetime. It's really needed, and it's not such a bad thing. I don't know why it's such a debate there. Here it's such a given, and it works so well that everybody loves it. Like, if you try to remove or privatize any bit of healthcare in Spain, people will be on the street like this immediately, and they try. The right-wing parties always try to privatize it a bit, and people don't want any of it. So they're offering boosters in the pharmacy. Work with a Catholic hospital. It's complicated. Oh god. That does seem like a very complicated situation. You got out there, but as far as Canada, well, still, Canada seems like a very nice place to live. The one I know. Yeah, for me, it's the sad thing is like the people who have fallen for like the anti-vax conspiracies, because they are victims at the end of the day. They are victims of grifters, misinformation. The few people that actually benefit from this shit. It's very sad. It's very, very sad to see. I love like learning about these internet rabbit holes that a lot of people fall into, and yeah, it's probably one of the saddest ones. It's not even like you're not falling into a political conspiracy. That is still very sad. You're falling into like a literal denying basic medicine that people have been taken for granted for a century now. I am trapped in Photoshop. Get me out of here. Are those Peruvian sand glyphs again? Petroglyphs? Fractal pattern, something like that. That would be interesting. Like somebody drew a giant fractal in the ground, right? That's fun. I like that. Yeah, cults are very interesting as well. I have 2 cult stories planned, so it might be a bit overkill. But the next part in the Megal Warfare series is going to be about a cult. And, well, obviously a cult that worships a big bug. And then in the Fractal series, later on, so not in this part, but later on, I do want to make something involving a cult. I still don't know if I will, so that was a bit more fuzzy. But I do want to make the Megalomorphic cult, probably for the next part. We'll actually get some work done on it on the 18th. 18th, which is next Thursday. We get work done because it is for the prompt man-made wings, parenthesis, cult happening, which is just like today, just an excuse to get some work done on one of my series between this month of one-off things. It's me, I'm in the Big Book cult. Hell yeah. Let's all join the Big Book cult. It's gonna have some fun things, like, I'm not gonna spoil it, but I already got some ideas, some pictures. I still need a few more, but For now, that day we work on that prompt. We'll hopefully make 1 or 2 images and just having them ready. And the story probably won't come out up until next month, because then I'll be working on one of things for the rest of the month. But you know, it's like getting some stuff done, prepared, and after November, like finish it up, wrap it up, and post it. But at least we'll get some work done, you know? But for talking about short term, tomorrow the prompt is repurposed body exoplanet. The first thing that comes to mind is a big planet made of flesh. I don't know, that could be fun. Maybe seen from a telescope, a strange wandering planet made of flesh, seen in the outer reaches of solar system meat planet. We can add some teeth to make it closer to our brand. Oh, we'll see. But the idea will be, yeah, creating a sphere, putting it in space, trying to make it look like a telescope, and adding some cool textures, tentacles, meat, stuff like that, you know? Make it fleshy. Fractal crop circles. That is very good. Fractal crop circles. Those exist in real life, by the way. It's I remember seeing one with a Mandelbrot set. So we'd need to give it a spin to make it like not just something from real life. But fractal crop circles is fun. So I'm noting it down in my cool little ideas page. When I was 6, I do a fractal planet of like green grass, blue ocean. Ooh, that's fun. Really wild looking crop circles that actually existed. Yeah, I love crop circles. They're a fun little thing. Usually an artist out there that is ignored because people want to believe it's aliens, but we make a mock-up of that planet if you really wanted it. That's kind of shitty. No worries. But yeah, tomorrow repurposed body exoplanet. It's not gonna be fractals, it's gonna be just a meat planet of some sort, I think. We'll see. It's gonna be one of those where we kind of start with the basic idea, like yesterday, right? We started with the basic idea, we kind of improvise on it, and then we try to come up with a story for it. We kind of retrofit it. It works well. It works great for like one-off things where we're trying to make something every day. So meat textures will be easy to find. Planets will probably be easy to find, or we can just build one from scratch. We just draw a sphere and start working on top of that. Do interlocking star shapes with crosses near the equator. No idea how to represent that in my brain, but I'll trust you on that. Anyway, that is gonna be all for today, because I don't have anything else to show you or ramble about. I could be here for hours, but you guys know me. That's gonna be it for today though. Thank you everybody for listening to me and for just chatting with me as we make this cool fractal brain. We are at 31 subscribers out of 35 already, and it's not even the middle of the month, so I'm pretty positive that we'll get to our goal of 35 by the end. We'll see, and hopefully make some cool emotes. We could make the emotes live or commission it from someone. We'll see. We'll decide on the emote live though, if we get to it. Anyway, that's enough about me. Thank you guys. I will see you tomorrow for Meat Planets, so stay tuned for that. Till then,